right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well on this Friday. It's January 2nd, second day of the year already. Time is flying. Time is still flying. See, Dwayne Johnson says, Happy New Year. This will be an interesting topic. Looking forward to hearing about Physint. Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about Physint today. Any excuse I have to talk about Physint, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Very excited for Physint. Jake says, MBG, finally, I have some time to watch you before work. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jake. Thank you for joining us. And welcome to everybody else who is here. Ray was the first one. Says hello and good morning. But yeah, guys, we are back with a, I would say, I don't want to overinflate it. Don't want to make it sound like these are the craziest topics in the world. They're not, but they're topics that, I think we'll hopefully enjoy going over. 5-hour stream. It's no chance. Well, I don't say no chance, but it's highly unlikely today will be a 5-hour stream. Those 5-hour streams, man, they take it out of me. I feel like I'm delirious by the end of them. Who would have thought in 2026 Sony would get hacked on? Yeah, I saw that yesterday. We were talking about it. I have to do a little bit more research into what's going on with this PS5 situation, or it's not like hacked, but some kind of exploit or something. But guys, for those of you who are here right now, do me a favor, okay? Take a moment, hit the like button. If that's the only thing you can do to directly contribute other than watching today, please do so. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the content. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. I feel like I'm being punished for taking a little bit of time off. That's how these YouTube algorithms work. Can't take time off. Thank you for that, Jake. Yeah, I saw that. Witcher 3 DLC rumor. Very interesting. Very interesting to hear about Witcher DLC in 2026. PS6 is coming in 2027. It still might. It still might. And Tarnish, you're saying MBG 2026 AI GTA 6, the death of local hardware. God, I love the controversy. I mean, we're starting off strong. I just saw a report. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Stop calling it AI slop. Stop calling it AI slop. You hear? Knock it off. Yo, hey, Luna, what are you doing? Chill. Yeah, so we're starting off 2026 strong. Stop calling it AI slop. No cats in the cat bed today. Yeah, I think it's because it's a little bit cold. It's not actually a little bit cold. It's really cold. It's been below freezing. Not here in this room, but I mean, I have ventilation. I have a heater, but it's a big space. So on like really cold days, it does get pretty chilly in here. And I think the cats, well, actually, Clark's over there. Clark's sleeping on my other chair on the recliner, so he's here. Luna's here. They're not here right now. I don't know when they will be. You could stop calling it AI slop when it stops being AI slop. Thankfully, we don't give an F about what Salty Nutella says. Wow, that's crazy. Salty Nutella. Did you see the Ghost of Yotei PC port leak? Mr. B, no, I did not. Could you refer me to where you saw this leak? I haven't seen this. Did this just come out? Oh, it literally did. Never mind, Mr. B, I got it. Says Ghost of Yotei coming to PC in Q2 2026, allegedly. Allegedly. Oh, yo, is one of my predictions going to turn out to be true? Let me see. What is this? What? Oh. Okay, boss. Calm down. Come here, boss. Yeah, no, this isn't real. This isn't real. So I clicked on the website. It's on the Gaming Leaks Rumor subreddit. Yeah, I'm not saying it won't come to PC, but whatever this link is, I just clicked it. It's like a fake website. Be very careful about. I don't know what this is, man. It's like an AI generated website. Yeah, this isn't real. Who did this? Somebody made a fake website for Ghost of Yotei, bro. And saying it's coming to PC, and it's so weird. It's like an AI thing. Somebody says this is the most AI site I think I've ever seen. Somebody says somebody says I thought this was the official site. Based on the URL, and someone pushed some changes up early by accident. But yeah, the site is fake AF. What? The person just literally contradicted themselves in the same sentence. Unofficial strategic hub tracking every Ghost of Yotei update. The reason why people are getting thrown off, by the way, the reason why people think this is an official website is because the name of the website is literally ghostofyotei.com. That's the URL. But this is definitely not real. This is very strange. What is this website? Somebody says no one click on that link. It seems suspicious as hell. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh man. I clicked on it. Mr. B, what did you do? There's a picture of a Casper looking ghost. Oh man. Yeah, so I don't think I think Ghost of Yotei will come to PC at some point, but this is 100% fake. I'm surprised this is on this Reddit. It's probably going to get deleted. I'm surprised it hasn't gotten deleted already. It's been out for 30 minutes. But that is 100% fake. Ghost of Yotei I could see coming to PC, though, like, I don't know, maybe by, like, June of next year. Oh, it's all good, Mr. B. You didn't know. I mean, when you see something like that pop up, you assume if it's going to be in that Reddit, you know, it's going to come from... It's not just going to be like an AI-made website. But glad we could debunk that real quick. And you know what else, though? Death Stranding 2. So I put this post out on my Twitter, and I was saying that the next state of play from Sony is probably going to be at the end of January, the tail end of January, or the first week or two of February, because I went to look and I compiled a list, or I asked AI. I'm using AI in 2026. Just kidding, I've been using it, but I wanted to get a list of every state of play for the last 5 years. And starting from 2021, there's always been a state of play in January or February. The only year where there was not was 2020. And I think that was because there was a showcase. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say that probably by the end of January, going into February, we'll be hearing about a state of play. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think Death Stranding is supposed to get announced for PC. Boss, chill. But let me go over the topics that we're going to discuss today, guys. We're going to be talking about Physint because we have a small, but I think pretty worthwhile update from Kojima. Actually, Kojima... Stop crying. Come on. Chill, dude. Kojima gave us an update on not only Physint, but his plans for 2026 and the plans for Kojima Productions as a whole. So we're going to be talking about that, and I'm going to be talking somewhat extensively about Physint, or as extensively as I can. We're also going to be talking about former PlayStation head Shawn Layden. He gave another interview and he was asked about exclusivity, console exclusivity, games being exclusive to consoles. And he gave a pretty interesting answer. And, it's that can of worms that always opens up every time. Is exclusivity good? Is it bad? What do we think of it? So we'll talk about that. And then we're also going to be talking a little bit about Silent Hill because apparently the team that makes Silent Hill, or the official Silent Hill series producer, he's saying that they want to release a new Silent Hill game every year. So that has understandably led to some people kind of freaking out a little bit and being very upset. But I think it's going to be important to cover this because he does clarify that that's not like a Call of Duty like mandate where we have to ship a new game every year. It's got to get done, it's got to get made somehow, some way. No excuses. So these are the three main topics of discussion that we're going to cover today over the course of this podcast episode. And before we dive into it, guys, once again, do me a favor, hit that like button. It helps more than you know. If you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways in which you can do that. We are completely fan funded. I'm only able to do these podcast episodes and these streams and everything I do on the channel because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a channel member, gain access to some exclusive perks. Consider dropping membership gifts. If we hit 25 members, we'll give Boss here a couple treats. Consider dropping a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the content, the channel, and the community directly. And simply put, I would not be able to do this without that support. So thank you to everybody who makes it possible, sincerely. And we have Metal Gear Ray coming in. He's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to drop the first 5. Yo, we got to get Corey in here, Ray. Where's Corey at, bro? Getting a little worried out here because I've been waiting to show him Clark. He's going to be surprised. And I'm saying this because Corey's usually the first one to initiate the first 5. But Ray's been picking up for the slack. He's like, I got you, bro. I convinced you. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that.
But that was some fancy shooting.
Every time Boss hears a soundbite, he goes crazy. So yeah, guys, if you want to follow up Ray's 5 membership gifts, he's trying to get you started, maybe get a little member train going, feel free to do so if it's within your means and you want to contribute. All right. Yeah, so the past 2 streams, I think we actually did hit our goal of 25. We were able to give Boss some treats. We'll see if we can make that happen again today. Yeah, Jake, I'll see if I can look into that, man. No, I know, Ray. I appreciate that, bro. You're saying you're happy to give more people access to the members lounge. Yeah, so probably starting next week, Monday through Friday during that time, we'll be doing some members lounge episodes. I've been saving a couple of videos that I would like to react to as well for some members lounge content too. What we'll be doing our normal just hanging out, talking to each other, but yeah, I've kind of been enjoying. We started doing that at the end of 2025, doing some members lounge content where I'm reacting to different, usually gaming related videos, and I've been enjoying that too. So there may or may not be one related to the downfall of Xbox, or maybe 2 videos, perhaps. So please look forward to that. And yeah, a good reason to become a channel member, certainly. And I don't know when the next Morning with the Misses episode will be, but of course we're going to continue to do that throughout 2026. But I just can't lock that in for when it will be next. But, there will be more coming. It hasn't been canceled, okay? Hasn't been canceled. Season 3 coming up. Jake, which video did you send me? I didn't know you actually sent a video. I usually just get like articles. Well, Boss is making himself right at home here. All right, so guys, we're going to start. I think we'll just start with Physint. I think that would be the best place to start because we have a post here, which I actually lost. Oh my God. Like, One day, I'll lower the brightness of my screen. Yo, why is Max Payne trending? Hold on. Hold on. For some reason, Max Payne is trending, and I don't know why. I think it has to do with the John Wick video game. People are posting footage of a modded version of Max Payne 3 where it's John Wick. And oh my God, it really does. There it is. There's a John Wick game. Anyway, yeah, so Hideo Kojima posted like a New Year's message. And in this message, he basically gave us an update of what we can expect going forward for for Physint as well as OD, but also just the studio in general and some of his plans. So I'm going to read that message. He says, Happy New Year. In 2026, we will move forward with the second phase that leads into Kojima Productions' third phase. Unlike last year, like I was traveling all over the world, this year will be about staying grounded and laying solid foundations. We will continue to develop the horror game OD and move forward with preparations for the espionage action game Physint. This includes casting actors, scanning, and performance capture shoots. Also, we'll be pushing forward with the live action film of Death Stranding, as well as its animation projects, both the movie and the series. In addition, we are preparing several events this year. He puts events in quotes. Once things are finalized, I'll be able to share more. This year also marks my 40th anniversary in the games industry from 1986 when I began my journey in game creation. Thank you as always for your continued support and supporting Kojima Productions. I look forward to another great year. So I thought this was interesting that he actually basically gave us that much of a development update on Physint with just a tweet here. And, I'm not trying to make a bigger deal out of it than what needs to be made, but he does say that pretty much they're going to be starting to cast actors and, more importantly, I would say scanning and performance capture shoots. This tells me that Physint is actually progressing very smoothly and it's going really well so far, even though it's still early in development. Because, this isn't something you do later in the game development cycle, obviously. This is something you do early on. But I'm starting to think that this game could end up coming a little bit, maybe just a little bit sooner than we thought because of how efficient Kojima Productions seems to be with their development pipeline. How quickly they got out Death Stranding 1 and even Death Stranding 2 for that matter, although Death Stranding 2 took a little bit longer, was impressive. I think Death Stranding 2 took longer because of some of the, there was the pandemic, but also the SAG after strike, which I think I don't know if that affected Death Stranding 2, but it definitely affected just the way Kojima Productions was working with games like OD and whatnot. So, the question remains. Thank you for that, Jake. I appreciate it. The question remains, who is going to be cast in Physint and who is going to be the lead actor? Because we see the picture that was released for Physint, and most people seem to believe that that is Robert Pattinson. The way he's wording this tweet, it kind of sounds like he actually hasn't casted the lead yet. It sounds like that actually hasn't been locked in. Although, it could be they're just waiting to announce it. But yeah, for those who are unaware, I know most of you guys know, but just as a reminder, for those wondering about like Physint, what is it? Right now, Kojima Productions has multiple projects in development. Physint is one of those projects. It is going to be a PlayStation exclusive. It's being published and funded by Sony. They made a big deal about it in January of 2024 at a State of Play, where this was like their big ending announcement, and it was an announcement of a continuing collaboration with Kojima Productions. And the way it was described is it seems like Herman Holst. See, people give Herman a lot of flack, but apparently, according to Kojima, Herman convinced him to kind of go back to his roots and make another action espionage game. I think this will be a kind of a spiritual successor to the Metal Gear Solid series. And when he talked about it, he said that Physint is ultimately going to be the culmination of his life's work, which I think sounds kind of crazy because I mean, when you look at the body of work that Kojima has put out, I mean, it's like, wow, okay, this is going to be pretty big, I would say. He also talks about how this game is going to the way he worded it. I just put a tweet out about it. The actual quote is Physint is going to be an attempt to transcend the barrier between film and video games. And, I think that's kind of a big deal. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. But yeah, he says that Physint is essentially going to be an attempt to literally, that's what he said, transcend the barrier between film and video game. And I think it's interesting that he's saying that because when you look at the Metal Gear Solid series, especially Metal Gear Solid 1, yes, 2 hour long cutscenes, absolutely. I think a lot of people feel as though, you know, Kojima already kind of did that, but I think I know what he's saying. He said something along the lines of Physint that like if somebody were playing it on an airplane and somebody were to walk by and see it, that they would think they're like, it's like, oh, what movie are you watching? It's like, oh, I'm not watching a movie. This is like I'm playing the game. And to be clear, it's going to be a game. It's I think some people misunderstood or misinterpreted what he was saying. He's not saying it's going to be like a Telltale type experience. Like not it's not going to be like what was that game we were just talking about? Detroit Become Human. It's going to be a game, like a more traditional game. But I think it's just really going to be trying to reach levels of photorealism because this is undoubtedly going to be a PlayStation 6 game. Even though I think development is progressing smoothly, it's still multiple years away. But yeah, it's I think going to try to push the boundary of the seamlessness between cutscenes and gameplay and how they're interwoven and the photorealism that could potentially be achieved with the next iteration. I'm assuming of Decima Engine. It's my assumption that that's the engine he's going to use for Physint on the PlayStation 6 hardware. I mean, will it be cross-gen? I don't know. I actually don't know. I want to say it probably will be. I would be quite shocked if it wasn't cross-gen. That would be impressive. That would be impressive. I think that's kind of up to Hideo Kojima, right? I mean, they already decided on that, of course. I will tell you, listen, if you go watch the announcement video of Physint, I just rewatched it this morning and I was looking at the transcript. The way they described it is a next generation. That's the terms they use. A next generation action espionage game. And they emphasize next generation. So I do wonder if this was low key their kind of way of letting us know, like, yes, this is going to be a PlayStation 6 only title. Because when you listen to the way that Kojima is describing this game, a lot of negotiations occurred between Sony and and Kojima, but Kojima has a ton of leverage. Like basically Kojima can do whatever he wants, and I think Sony kind of knows that, and they have to be okay with that because whatever Kojima wants, Kojima will get because if he doesn't, he'll just go to somewhere else and someone else that'll give it to him. So it's one of these situations where I think it's up to Kojima himself, where if he says, I do want to make a PS6 only game, and the reason I want to make a PS6 only game is because that's the goal of this title, is to push the limit. And he's also approaching it. He didn't he didn't say this, but there's this kind of, he talks about his 40th anniversary being in the games industry. He's almost seemingly talking about as if it could be his last major AAA game. Potentially. I don't think it will be, but he doesn't know. He's been talking about that for a while now. And so I do think that if we're putting all the pieces together and trying to connect all the dots, I actually do think that Physint has a pretty good chance of being a PS6 only game because I think Kojima wants to really, he wants to make the most technically impressive game he possibly can. And if he's going to make a cross-gen game, that's just not going to be possible. I mean, look at Death Stranding. Listen, Death Stranding should be a cross-gen game, right? Like everything tells you that should be a cross-gen game because it's going to be. I mean, Death Stranding doesn't seem like it's selling that well. You know, it's one of these like lower selling titles. It's not. It's not. And so I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Venino says, did you see the Reddit leaks about Yote PC? Is that real? No, that's not real. We did go over that. Yeah, be careful with that. They're going to have to delete that post because it leads to a really shady website. It's not real. Not to say that Yote won't come to PC, but that in particular is a fake website. So be careful with that. You think Kojima wants to retire? I don't know. He said he wants to make games till he literally can't anymore. So, you know, I just think he's aware that he's getting older. I think he's like I think he's 60 now or 61 maybe. So he's getting older, and you know, there's a good chance. I think the reason why Physint might actually end up being his last big AAA game he directs is because he said that when he's done Physint and when he's done OD, I think he said he wants to make a movie. So, you know, this could be a situation where, I mean, we're talking about another decade to make all this happen. I mean, could Kojima come back in his 70s? Be like, actually, I got one more in me, you know, like I'm going to direct Physint too. I mean, he could. I could absolutely see him doing that if he lives that long. But you know, he's aware that he's getting older and he only has a finite amount of things he can do in the time he's still going to be able to do it. So, you know, I think it's completely understandable that when he's developing Physint, when he uses terminology like, I want this to be the culmination of my life's work. I mean, I don't take that lightly. Yeah, Clint Eastwood's over 90, bro. That's going to be Kojima. Kojima's going to be 90 out here giving interviews talking about, you know, how Physint 6 is going to be the culmination of his life's work. But yeah, dude, I really don't take it lightly when he says it's going to be the culmination of his life's work because, I mean, let's face it, he's left a lasting mark on the industry. And I'm not trying to, like, you know, pump Kojima up too much. I mean, there's no need to do that, but it's just a matter of, like, if that's really how he's approaching the development of this title, knowing that the Metal Gear Solid series is my favorite game series of all time, how much it impacted my life, it feels actually really incredible to be able to see him do something like this. You know, it's not going to be Metal Gear Solid 6. It's going to be something new. I'm sure there's going to be many aspects to this game that will completely differentiate it and separate it from Metal Gear Solid. But I also think there's going to be many, many aspects of Physint that are going to be Metal Gear Solid. That when we see it, it's like, bro, look at what he's doing in Death Stranding 2. Is that Snake? Did he just put Solid Snake in Death Stranding 2? Yes, he did. Is Metal Gear, you know, is the Metal Gear DNA part of Death Stranding? It is. And so I think that considering this as his return to action espionage, yeah, I think it's going to be very Metal Gear, and I think it's going to be amazing for that. And I just can't help but be very, very, very excited, man. It looks, the only look we got at the game so far is, I think that little mocap, not mocap, but they were showing like a model or a render of one of the actors or actresses that's going to be in it, and then they showed the artwork, and I'm stoked, man. I mean, I don't think I could ask for anything more. I know that he's been wanting to move on from the Metal Gear Solid series for a long time, and he did Death Stranding. He's doing OD now. But see, the fact that he's making Physint, I feel like Kojima has said throughout the years, throughout the decades, he's always like, I'm kind of want to be done with Metal Gear Solid. I want to move on. I don't want to make another. And I think there's truth to that. I think what he's really trying to say is I want to be able to do other things too. And he has. He's done other things when he was with Konami, but now he's really done his other thing with Death Stranding. And he did it twice. And, you know, it's now a franchise, and, you know, there's movies and anime and all this stuff. And now he's doing ODs, finally getting to make that horror game. I think there's always a part of Kojima that just wants to go back to make a tactical action espionage game. That's literally the first game he made with Metal Gear for the MSX, and I just think it's something that it's kind of like Miyazaki, right? I've talked about this before, but it's like no matter what Hidetaka Miyazaki does throughout his career, he's always going to come back, no matter what. As long as he's making games, he's always going to come back to make a Souls-like game because that is, you know, I hate to use this term because it makes it sound like a negative, but or bad thing. It's not, but it's like that's your one thing. You know what I mean? Like that is your thing. That's a better way to put it. That is your thing. For Kojima, his thing is you are the tactical espionage stealth guy, right? For Miyazaki, you are the Souls guy. You are the creator of the Souls like. Um, I think as long as these guys are making games, they're always going to come back to that because, well, you have to think about it. Why are they known for these games? Like, why are these games considered so special? It's because they brought something new and different and totally unique to the table that was never done before, and that came from them. They had those ideas when nobody else did. So that's why I say they'll always go back to that because it's theirs. You know what I mean? Like they're the ones who did it. So yeah, I think Physint is going to be an amazing game, and I'm happy to hear. I'm just honestly, I get excited anytime I hear it mentioned. Anytime I hear it mentioned, anytime we get any update, no matter how small, I get excited because I know that there is a chance. I know that this is an immense amount of pressure and expectation I'm putting on this game, but I know that there is a chance that this will be a PlayStation 6 launch title, if not a launch title within a year or two of the PS6 being out. And I'm going to play it and I'm going to walk away being like, I think that may be the greatest video game I ever played. I know that's a lot. I know it's a lot, but I don't know, man. Again, it's seemingly the spiritual successor to Metal Gear Solid from the creator of Metal Gear Solid. And it's music to my ears. So you think Kojima's overrated? I mean, I understand that. And I do think that he, if you I watched that Wired interview with him recently. Like he's definitely in his he has a way about him. But I think a lot of auteurs, a lot of people that it's I would say it's somewhat natural. Like they kind of have to have that type of personality in order to be the type of creative visionaries that they are. I mean, this is not an uncommon thing when it comes to creative visionaries and very creative people. And yeah, it can be viewed as a negative in terms of like personality traits and whatnot, or people feeling like they're too egotistical or self-centered or in their own world and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, but that kind of that's kind of what facilitates you know um it's what makes it unique in a sense. But yeah, I get it. I can understand like the Metal Gear Solid series. Some people don't view it as highly. Some people don't, a lot of people just don't like Death Stranding, and I totally get it. I don't hold anything against anybody. I'm not saying you have to like Kojima. I think at the very least though, you got to give him some respect, and that he's made a big impact in the industry, and I don't think anybody can take that away. You guys are making Kojima look like a god. No, no, he's not a god. He's just a man. He's just a man that likes to make video games. But for me, I think a lot of people, the reason why they hold Kojima in such high regard, specifically Kojima, I mean, let's face it, he did go out of his way throughout the years when making Metal Gear Solid. Like, yes, this is a Hideo Kojima game. I always try to remind people that it wasn't just Kojima who made Metal Gear Solid. There's like hundreds of people, potentially thousands of people involved with every aspect of the creation of this game to bring it together. And they deserve just as I'm sure Kojima would say that too. If he was asked, yeah, like they all deserve an immense amount of credit. The visionary and the direction of a project, the vision and direction of a project is only that until it gets in the hands of the people who can start crafting it and start molding it. One of the things Kojima said recently that I did find interesting though, and you could tell he feels a little bit proud of this, which, yeah, I mean, I respect him if what he said is true. He was saying that for every game that he's directed, uh, and you would think every video game director does this, but he said that actually, if Kojima says jump, will you jump? No, I'm not going to jump. No, bro. He said that at the end of every project he does or directs, he like plays the game multiple times over, like multiple times. And he literally will like make adjustments as he's playing it, or I guess like talk to the team and be like, actually, can we do this now? And he was putting emphasis on that because he was saying, I don't think many directors in the industry do that. And he would know better than I, but you would think that's something that all video game directors do, right? But the fact he was talking about it as if that's actually a kind of uncommon thing, that's interesting to me. That's interesting. Because I guess it would, I'm trying to imagine Kojima beating Death Stranding multiple times, Death Stranding 2, and I'm like, dude, that's very time consuming. Like, sure, it's your game and you're going to play your own game, but to do it over and over to kind of really make sure everything's just right and just perfect, I can respect that, but yeah, it's probably difficult, probably very time consuming. Ken Kudaragi's also an egomaniac, but with him being that way, PlayStation wouldn't exist. Yeah, I mean, everybody's different, and there are these kind of like, again, these different personalities. There's many different personality types, but this specific personality type, yeah, I mean, again, it's very common in the creative field and the innovation field. I mean, it's not just in video games. A lot of inventors, a lot of again, a lot of people that are considered like, my God, like what they did for this industry or for humanity or whatever. It's like you'll find that they have interesting aspects about to their personalities. Jake, I hope you have a good day, man. That's interesting. You're saying, I'll tell you why Neil Druckmann is overrated. I don't know if he would say overrated or overhated, but he says he let video game characters die. You won't see that with Kojima. Well, listen, I mean, I went on a whole spiel about Naughty Dog yesterday, but I've always said this. That I can always respect. I may not agree with it, but I can have enough respect where it's like when a creative team or a director, like, this is the decision I'm making. Doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Doesn't mean I have to like it at all. But I will always have enough respect where it's like, well, you're the one making it. You're the one directing it. You're the one creating it. I'm not saying your decision will work out well for you. But yeah, people like creative people who are put in positions to direct a project or to be the creative visionary, you have to let them make their own decisions. You know what I'm saying? And that decision could, like, I think about like Metal Gear Solid 4 and how Kojima, one of the reasons why a lot of people don't like Metal Gear Solid 4 is because Metal Gear Solid 4 is like fan service the video game. Where Kojima's like, I'm going to give you every answer. I'm going to give you every ounce of fan service you can possibly handle. And for a lot of people, they didn't like it. But for a ton of the fans, myself included, I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. Did turning the fan service level up to 11 make MGS4 a little bit kind of messy and imperfect in a sense? Yes, it did. But from a fan perspective, I'm like, I don't mind it at all. I love it. I'm a sucker for fan service, and I always will be. And it can work against you in that sense. But if that's the decision that a creator wants to make, then go crazy with the fan service. I don't care. I'll always enjoy that. If you want to go in the opposite direction though and say, I really don't care what the fans want, I want to do what I want. Okay. I may not be a fan at that point. I don't know. We'll see. But I can respect it. You're the director, not me. But yeah, Joel was awesome. Joel's one of my favorite characters ever in games. I love Joel. He's so cool. The thing I like about Joel is, he definitely there's like, the type of character he represents is not uncommon, but I just think that the way they wrote his character, it meshed like perfectly. I mean, they wrote him very well, where he was a character that could have came off like super cliche and just like, oh, eye roll, but I think they did a good job where it's like, no, I don't think so. There's nothing here that's necessarily super unique or original, but the execution of Joel's character. Not literally the execution like with Abby, but I mean like the execution in the writing and the acting, the presentation. Um, Troy Baker playing Joel, of course. 10 out of 10. Loved it. Joel's one of my favorite characters, man. And actually, I would extend that. I know that The Last of Us season 1 and 2, they get especially season 2. Like, listen, I've told you guys over and over again about how I do not like The Last of Us season 2 on HBO. I thought it was terrible. I still think Pedro Pascal did a great job as Joel, though. Like, he definitely, while he looks a little bit different, he definitely captured, I would say, the essence of the character and did a very good job. So, yeah. How did I get to talking about Joel, though? But yeah, point is, Physint. Joel will be in Physint. No, Troy Baker probably will be in Physint, though, right? Troy Baker was in MGS5. He was in Death Stranding 1 and 2. So there's a chance he'll be in Physint. Yeah, guys, do me a favor. Make sure you're liking the stream. Make sure you hit that like button. We're almost at 50 likes. I'd really appreciate that. Let's see if we can bump that up to 75. Joel died so Pedro Pascal could live. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. MBG, the way Kojima reminds me of how Christopher Nolan would be for making his movies and to go over everything between going through the editing process. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you're gonna have some directors who are really like they gotta comb over it like 15 times. I get it. Damn. Dude, I will say, it would be great if. So I feel like Naughty Dog has definitely went in the direction. And I'm only bringing up Naughty Dog because when we talk about Hideo Kojima and Kojima Productions and top development teams in the world and in the industry, I think Naughty Dog's up there as well. The thing that's always fascinating me about Naughty Dog, or I would say Naughty Dog starting from Uncharted to where we are now, is they seemingly don't really go in the direction of fan service except for like Uncharted 4. I think Uncharted 4 did a pretty good job of like finding that middle ground where it's like we want to have a level of fan service because this is Nathan Drake's final game and making sure everybody's happy. But simultaneously, like, I would say there were some things in Uncharted 4 that I think some people had a problem with, but generally speaking, it felt like it kind of threaded that needle pretty well, where it wasn't going overboard with the fan service, but it also wasn't trying to be like this super, like this subversive type of whoa, like who saw that coming type thing. And I think a lot of people appreciated Uncharted 4 for that because it felt like, yeah, this is exactly what it should be. Like the biggest complaint I remember seeing with Uncharted 4 were people being like, it's a little bit long. It's a little bit long. You think people take The Last of Us too seriously? I mean, yeah, I would say that's true, but I feel like I don't know, that kind of is The Last of Us though. Like The Last of Us is like, it's a series that takes itself very seriously, and it asks you as the player to take it very seriously as well. And so I think most people do. Yeah, this ain't no joke. This is life or death out here, bro. Listen, The Last of Us 1 is still a GOAT game, dude. I'm sorry, it just is. Like, I know people love The Last of Us Part 2. I know people love Uncharted. But for me, the peak of Naughty Dog, and I don't know if they'll ever outdo themselves, the peak of Naughty Dog is The Last of Us 1. I'm like, it's like the closest thing to a perfect video game, cinematic video game. Because there's so many different types of video games. I don't want to, like there's the perfect RPG, the perfect action adventure game. I feel like The Last of Us is the perfect cinematic action adventure game. It's perfect in almost every way. It's so difficult to find any flaws there. And I still feel that way, you know. And I think when The Last of Us came out, I think some people were getting tired of all the praise it was getting, because I mean, it really was, you couldn't escape it. I remember, like, you could not escape hearing about The Last of Us and how award winning it was, and you know, industry changing it was. But it's true. Like, it's like I look back on it and I'm like, yeah, it was well deserved, man. Like, it really was just that good. So, um, you know, there's like a part of me that wants to get more Last of Us in the future, but I just think I think I've accepted at this point that no matter what we get in the Last of Us universe, it'll probably never top The Last of Us Part 1 for me personally. And I'm okay with that. But I'd be interested, you know, one of the things I've said that I would love to see out of The Last of Us, speaking about, you know, going in different directions and whatnot, um, or, you know, if when we talk about Physint, we talk about how Physint is going to be a spiritual successor to Metal Gear Solid in a sense, and it's coming from Kojima, and it's going to be him. It's a culmination of his work. I feel like for Naughty Dog, like if they want to return to The Last of Us, I mean, obviously they'll do a part three at some point. At least that's my assumption. I'm assuming they'll do a part three at some point. I would just like to see them do a completely different story of some kind in The Last of Us universe, different characters. I just think the universe of The Last of Us is really cool, and I think it's been underserved, to be honest. I think that they've done a lot with The Last of Us universe, but I feel like it's been in the game department. I'm not talking about the shows or, you know, anything outside of gaming. In the game department, I think there's kind of been this yearning from the fan base where like we want more, but something different. Like, it doesn't have to be part 3 right away. It doesn't have to be, you know, a specific DLC. It doesn't have to be a live service multiplayer game. It can be any one of those things, but we just want more in this universe, because I do think that the universe that they created with The Last of Us is one of the more interesting and somewhat unique post-apocalyptic universes in terms of the infected and whatnot. So I would like to see them do more with it. But sorry, yeah, the topic we were on was Physint, and talking about what Kojima had to say about it, and just talking about my general excitement for it. I ended up kind of pivoting a little bit, talking a little bit more about Naughty Dog, and obviously now The Last of Us. But yeah, to kind of circle back here, to circle back around and wrap this topic up, and we'll move on to the next one. Is yeah, Physint is seemingly, the development is progressing smoothly. It's going quicker than I would have expected based off of what Kojima is telling us. And it sounds like a lot of progress is going to be made in 2026. And I guess I'll leave it on this note. I wonder if we're going to see Physint this year. I say this because Kojima keeps emphasizing it's his 40th anniversary being in the industry, and he clearly wants to celebrate it. He mentioned multiple events. I mean, I could see Kojima going out of his way to get something up and running. Or maybe, I don't know if it would be like nothing gameplay related, but just some kind of teaser for Physint to celebrate his because I feel like it's like, dude, the timing is perfect. If this is your 40th anniversary in the industry and your very first game was Metal Gear on the MSX, like, and Physint is going to be the culmination of your life's work, you got to have a teaser ready to go, dude. So I'm feeling pretty sure that we're going to get our first Physint teaser sometime in 2026. Whiskey, what's up, man? You're saying, yo, what did I miss? We, for the past 40 to 45 minutes, have been talking about Physint, and Kojima saying that basically he's going to be doing mocap and casting and scanning and performance capture and all that stuff for Physint starting this year. We talked a little bit about The Last of Us, but that was only like the last 5 or 10 minutes or so. I apologize to Rich Rod. Yeah, that's what I did. I spent the last 40 minutes apologizing. You're calling it a very short playable demo this year? Dude, oh, no way. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. No, I wish. Carlos, that'd be awesome. I mean, I'll just say this. I don't underestimate Kojima doing something a little bit different, a little bit unexpected. A couple of surprises, maybe, to celebrate his 40th anniversary, because he clearly feels a certain way, but he clearly feels like this is a big deal, and I think it is. And you know, what that means for me is like, yo, okay, you want to do more events? You got more surprises? I'm here. I'm ready to go, you know, with whatever you have to offer. So yeah, a demo would be crazy, dude. Playable demo. To be a Physint Ground Zeroes. I remember Ground Zeroes, bro. That was such an interesting situation with Metal Gear. It's a shame because Ground Zeroes was amazing, but people were just, it was Konami, right? Like people were upset with the business decision where it's like, we're going to charge $40. I think it was $40, right? And I don't know. I mean, you could maybe make an argument that it could in some way be worth it, but it didn't feel like there was enough content to justify $40. But the quality of the gameplay and the quality of the content that was there was so high. It's like, damn, I got to play it, you know? I really enjoyed Ground Zeroes. The name has been leaked. It's really called Physint Abandoned, co-produced by Blue Box. No way, bro. Ain't no way. Hold on one second. Did I watch Digital Foundry's top 3 games graphically? No, I did not. I haven't been really watching Digital Foundry these days. Like every now and again, I stumble across something they put out that I'm interested in, but I haven't watched them lately. Oh, it was $30. Ground Zeroes was $30. Yeah, that was, wow, that's kind of funny looking back on it. Like, wait, was it really $30? Were people losing their minds over $30? I thought it was more than that because I just remember people were losing their minds over Ground Zeroes, and like they were really upset at the business side of it of like, why are you charging for this? And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like at least in this moment, $30, I'm like, yeah, that sounds fine. Like, unless I could be misremembering. And now I did everything you could possibly do in Ground Zero, so maybe that's why it felt worth it to me. But yeah, I played Ground Zeroes on the Xbox One. I got 100% achievements for it. God, man. Feels like so long ago. It's been pretty much like what, 11 years at this point. Traitor. I know. Hey man, the early Xbox One days weren't that bad. Truthfully, they weren't as bad as people made it sound. Not gonna lie, but yeah, it just, there's, then we're not gonna go down that road again. What was my? I'd have to go check what my Xbox gamer score. So here's the thing: I had a different account on Xbox prior to my MBG account, and this account I think I abandoned in like 2012. It was like right around the time when the Xbox One came out, and that account I played all throughout. I don't know why I did that. I have no idea, but I think it's because I was like, oh, I want to start fresh and I want to start over with the Xbox One. But my original Xbox account was the one I played all throughout the 360, and I had a lot of gamer score on that. So whatever gamer score I have on my current account, I have no idea where it's at. It's probably double, truthfully. And you know what's sad is that original 360 account, I remember my name. I'm not going to say what it is because it has my last name in it. I remember what the name of the account was. I can't remember what email I used. I can't remember any login info or anything. So I think that account's abandoned for good. Excuse me. They had Death Stranding 2 at number 3. What did they have at number 1 too? Was Stalker 2 up there? I know Stalker 2 is a really good game visually. Digital Foundry praises Yote a lot, but I don't really agree to that. I mean, I agree with it. I think Yote is one of the better looking games to come out this year. It looked really good. Or last year, sorry. Still, getting used to that. Call of Duty. Call of Duty. Hold on. Did I go for achievements also back then? I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, so my Xbox account that I have now, it I think that so the Xbox, it's not that I use this Xbox account anymore, but it's my most recent Xbox account. It's the one that if I were to go boot up anything Xbox related, that's the one I would be logged into. The two, so I have Ground Zeroes on there 100%. I have Resident Evil 2 Remake 100%. I have Monster Hunter World 100%. And I'm sure I have other 100%, but I'm not sure. I would have to look it over and see which ones are there. But maybe one day I could do that, look at my Xbox history or whatever. But yeah, when I was playing on Xbox, I enjoyed getting achievements. And I will admit, one of the things that I thought, first off, I love the achievement sound. Okay, I want to give Xbox a lot of credit. They were the ones who first did achievements, in gaming, in console gaming. Actually, they were the who did achievements first? Was it Valve with Steam or Xbox? One of them did it first. I know for Xbox, they were first with achievements for console. And so I got to give a lot of credit for them doing that in the console space. The sound of the achievement is still amazing. And then I think with the Xbox One, they introduced the Diamond achievement, which is like for rare achievements, and it has a slightly different sound, and it has like a diamond picture. I think they still do that, but I thought that was pretty cool. I always liked achievements. I do think Sony ultimately does it better though, by having the platinum. I think the trophy idea was a good idea, gold, silver, bronze, but then when they're like something extra special, the platinum, like this singular trophy to show that you've gotten all the others. I'm like, that's really cool. And I'm surprised Xbox hasn't like replicated that yet. Xbox were also the first one to charge for online gaming. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Xbox did some good and some bad. No doubt about it. When was the last time I turned on my Xbox? I actually do remember. It was sometime last year when I found an old Rock Band 4 guitar and got really excited knowing that all my Rock Band songs were on my Xbox One X. And I went to go hook up my Xbox One X, and it was it's like unplayable, dude. It was so slow. Shit just wouldn't load. And it took forever for me to get it set up, to download Rock Band 4, download all the songs, just to find out the guitar was broken. And then I just got pissed off and turned it off, and like, I'm done. Like, I'm not, I wish I could transfer it all over, man. It drives me nuts knowing I have hundreds of Rock Band 4 songs that I bought on the Xbox store, and I just, I would buy. I know they make like newer guitars for Rock Band, or like stuff that's compatible with the PS4 and Xbox One versions of Rock Band, or even on PS5 and Xbox Series, and I would buy one of them if I could get it playable on my PlayStation. I joked around before where like, if I ever buy a Series S, I'll literally buy a Series S just for Rock Band. But I saw, so there's this company, there's this game apparently on PC, and this is what's going to get me into PC gaming, the most unexpected thing. There's this game on PC. I forget what it's called. Somebody can tell me if they know the name of it. But you can basically upload any song you want, and it'll automatically make it into it'll like Guitar Hero / Rock Bandify it. And this company actually makes like guitars to use, but they're making a drum set now. And I'm like, dude, this is incredible. I'm upset that I can't remember the name, because now I'm going to have to figure it out. But yeah, um, Ghetto God says I don't care what anybody says. Xbox has always been inferior to PlayStation. Well, I mean, the thing that's always interesting to me to look back down on, or look back at, I mean, I was just read deep down to look back at, is like, I think Xbox was always meant to be in third place. And I mean that because Nintendo, they were always going to kind of be either in first place or close to first place just because of their history and their IP and just how long they've been in the industry and how, the nostalgia factor, everything, their universal appeal. I think PlayStation in a lot of ways tried to be like the opposite of Nintendo. And I think it did so successfully, with the PS1 and the PS2 and even with the PS3, but I feel like with Xbox, by the time they came into the market, because if you look back at the original Xbox, like, dude, they were going crazy. Like, they were trying everything, bro. They were locking down so many exclusives. It was nuts. And the perfect storm came with the 360, where sometimes I wonder to myself, what would the Xbox 360 / PS3 generation, what would it look like if Sony didn't screw up with the PS3? Like, imagine Sony revealed the PS3 with a really good lineup and they didn't make dumb decisions and say things that piss people off and overprice it and all this stuff and over-engineer it, basically. If they didn't over-engineer the shit out of the PS3 and kept it simple, and didn't make a lot of those mistakes that they paid for, and nothing changed with the 360. The 360 was exactly what it was. Everything went the exact same way. I mean, I think it would be safe to say that Xbox maybe wouldn't be in third place, but I think it would be safe to say that, yeah, most people would have went from the PS2 to the PS3 if Sony didn't screw up. And then the 360 would be in this kind of secondary place of like, but that thing's awesome too. And there's games over there that I want to play that look awesome. So I'll have that too. Right. And I feel like that's why, I mean, I'll always remember, I think, what was it during like the Redfall thing or whatever, like Phil Spencer, he said that we lost the worst generation there was to lose. And he wasn't kidding. Like when they lost with the Xbox One, the long-term ripple effect from that is still being felt today. Like, I'm going to be honest, the Xbox console is probably dead because of the Xbox One. Like, Don Matrick was the one who killed Xbox, bro. No joke. And that's crazy because I also imagine, in the same way I think about, what if the PS3 had a successful launch alongside a successful 360 launch? I often wonder what the industry would look like right now, the console space that is, if the Xbox One had a successful launch, right? Like, but again, the PS4 didn't do anything wrong either. If they both just had a good launch, I really wonder how different things would be, man. And it's sad in a way because, like, there's an argument to be made that we could look at a situation right now where, or we would be looking at a situation where if the Xbox One had an amazing launch and the PS4 had an amazing launch, that generation ends with 120 PS4s, 120, only 120 PS4s sold lifetime, 120 million PS4s sold lifetime, and then like 80 to 85 million Xbox One sold lifetime. And then what we would be looking at now, and maybe this would change a little bit due to, maybe digital, the creation of digital libraries would have ultimately changed this. But I mean, I envision what it would be like right now if it's like PS5, 85 million units sold 5 years later, Xbox Series consoles, 60 million sold, 65 million. Hell, even 55 million, like, I just it's crazy to think that like when you look at the reason why that's not possible, it's because dude, the Xbox One just it couldn't win people back, bro. It couldn't win people back. It just kind of got to a point where once Sony convinced people, hey, go with the PS4. And it's so ironic. It's so ironic because you look at the marketing of the PS4 and you have like Shuhei Yoshida and Adam Boyce like, here's how you share a game with a friend. But yet the PS4 generation is when millions upon millions of people are like, I'm just going to go digital. And once that happened, that sealed Xbox's fate in the console space where it's like, dude, you know, like if people weren't doing that, things could be different. But I don't know. I think ultimately, maybe it's easy to say this now because it's where we are now, but in the long run, I guess the battle between like PlayStation and Xbox, there was always going to be like one winner in the console space because they both were doing something so similar. You know what I mean? Where it's like, listen, if there's a finite amount of if you know what the ceiling is about 200 million people. There's 200 million people willing to buy consoles. And maybe that market will grow over time, maybe it'll stay the same. Assuming it stays the same, you know, the idea of two companies fighting perpetually with no end for that same group of people, I guess it was always going to be like, no, one of them's going to win out. Like one of them, and I'm not even counting Nintendo here, where it's like it's not even just one of them. Like Nintendo's not going anywhere. So sitting alongside Nintendo, there can only be one other. And it's either going to be PlayStation or Xbox. And I think that, yeah, at the end of the day, it ended up being PlayStation, where like, you know, in the same way that Sega is still very relevant in the video game industry, they're not a console manufacturer. And they haven't been for a very long time. And it was just over. I think that's basically where Xbox is right now. I mean, they do have the Xbox Magnus that's coming, but I just think for all intents and purposes, it's like, yeah, that battle is over. Now there's two. There's two players in the console space that are going to push forward. And yeah, the question that I think is on everybody's mind, even though this is kind of a bit of an aside topic here, but maybe a nice segue into what Shawn Layden said. The next question that people are going to ask is, okay, well, like, does the competition, does it continue now between Sony and Nintendo? It's too early to tell. I don't right now. There doesn't seem to be much of a signal that that's what's happening. But oh yeah, that's true. Web5 Gamer, you're saying the Xbox actually would have ended up failing, or the 360 because of the Red Ring of Death. That's true too. Assuming that maybe the 360 is delayed by a year to avoid that engineering problem. They correct that before it launches. Yeah, that was crazy. That's how you know Sony fucked up, dude. Like the fact that Sony was still struggling during a time when you bought a 360, there was a 50% chance it would die. Like that's crazy. And people were still choosing the 360. It goes to show how much momentum Microsoft really had, man. They really had the ball in their court, bro. Ghetto God, you're saying my brother got a 360 because it released a year earlier than the PS3, and then he got a Red Ring of Death, like right when the PS3 was about to release. So he took the warranty money and got a PS3 instead. That's crazy. Yeah. You know, what's also crazy is I had like 3 or 4 different Xbox 360s, never had a Red Ring of Death once, which I always found shocking. I remember there was this time I even bought like a used Xbox 360, like an original model. I forget why I bought it, but even that, I was like, yeah, this thing's going to get a red ring. It didn't. It never did. I did a lot of gaming. So I'm like, oh, I got really lucky. You're saying the real reason Xbox died is because they didn't keep Bungie around to make Destiny and solidify their identity as multiplayer platform. Dude, that, I still can't believe that's real. Like, I forget about that. and I can't believe it's real, that Microsoft was, they're like, no, Bungie, you make Halo. And Bungie's like, we want to make Destiny. And Microsoft was like, well, that's too bad. You don't want to make Halo? Then you got it. Then fine, you can leave. And they're like, okay, see ya. Dude, I can't believe that. That has to be the biggest. I think the biggest screw up still goes to Sony. I think the biggest screw up still goes to Sony for not realizing that Demon Souls was the beginning of what would end up eventually becoming Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Elden Ring. And they could have locked down From Software as like a first party studio. But yeah, that's still that's colossal, bro. That's I can't believe that. I can't believe that they just wouldn't let them make Destiny. Because if they let them make Destiny, Destiny would be an Xbox exclusive. It would have been an evolutionary, it would have been the evolution of Xbox's main identity, which has always been Halo, but it would have evolved. People would be like, yeah, Halo and Destiny is now the identity of Xbox. That's crazy. I can't believe that. Poor Xbox, bro. That should, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, that would have saved them probably. Having the success of Destiny 1 and 2 exclusively on the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One, that could have saved them. But it's even worse when you look at what happened with Halo, where it's like Halo 5 for the Xbox One, Halo 4, and then 343 Industries. That's a whole nother bag of worms right there, dude, or can of worms, I mean. But yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, true. I mean, that's the thing, man. I never like really hated Xbox. The only time I would say I felt like I hated like I really had a problem with Xbox was during the middle and end of the Xbox One gen, where I'm just like, I just kind of realized that like this isn't gonna change, is it? You know? And yeah, bag of worms, bro. And that sucks because it's just I could see the potential, and I still can to it. Well, I guess it's over now, but I could always kind of see the potential there. And I'm like, Microsoft, come on, man. Come on. Why would I say bag of worms, bro? That's not a saying. That's not a saying. It's a whole new bag of worms. Bag of worms. Having Halo and Destiny would have been wild. It would have been. It definitely would have been. Just wait until Microsoft uses the tools, MBG. The tools. The tools, bro. All right. This is a good segue into the next topic. Shawn Layden. Shawn Layden, the former chairman of Sony Interactive Entertainment Worldwide Studios, has revealed on an episode of Pause for Thought that he believes platform exclusives aren't going away, noting that there is huge value for major gaming companies such as Sony and Nintendo to support them. That's not to say that he thinks there should be an influx of exclusive titles. Certain IPs, such as Mario and Uncharted, were name-dropped by the former PlayStation executive for making their respective platforms sing. So this is what Shawn Layden had to say when he was asked about exclusivity. He says, quote, I don't think every game has to be console exclusive. I don't think every game should be console exclusive. But I do accept the fact that if you're going to have platform companies like Sony and PlayStation, there is a huge value to the brand in having strong exclusives. If Mario starts appearing on PlayStation, that's the apocalypse. And the same goes for Nathan Drake and Uncharted. They make the platforms sing. If you had to buy a Sony CD player to listen to Sony music, that would be crazy. But you do need to buy a PlayStation to buy a Sony game. I think we need to get into a world where we have a gaming format, and maybe it just becomes, or it just comes in the form of PC. Then we have a consortium around that we have licensing programs which allow other manufacturers to build into that space. And then you can talk about real numbers moving. That's how you get to the ubiquity of the toaster. Did bro just say PlayStation's got to become a toaster? Yo, he just pulled one right out of Microsoft's playbook. Microsoft did make a toaster with the Xbox Series S. That's an interesting quote from him, though. That's a super interesting quote because I saw this making the rounds. But the Halo and PlayStation is the apocalypse. It's the apocalypse. The end is nigh. MBG, Sony's not going to make PS6 exclusive games. They'll be held back by PS4. Not even PS5. Yeah, PS4. Sorry it's late, but Happy New Year, MBG, to you and your family. Well, thank you for that. Happy New Year to you as well, man. A gaming toaster. Shawn Layden's funny, dude. Somehow, this man found a way to talk about the ubiquity of the toaster. The ubiquity of the toaster. I mean, true businessman thinking right here, though. True bigger picture thinking. So let's unpack this for a moment here. Shawn, and for those who are unaware, I know most of you know, but just in case, Shawn was at Sony for like 30 years. And he was with PlayStation since the very beginning, since the PS1, up until the very, very end of the PS4 going into the PS5. So he definitely knows a thing or two about games being exclusive and the purpose that they serve. But the thing I want to focus on here is he makes something very clear with this, with his answer. He says, if you had to buy a Sony CD player to listen to Sony music, that would be crazy. He then says, but you do need to buy a PlayStation to buy a Sony game. He's basically providing the necessary context where why would exclusives be good for Sony or seen as good in any regard whatsoever in the console space? And he says here, if you're going to have platform companies like Sony and PlayStation, there is a huge value to that brand and having strong exclusives. So he's making it clear that he's talking about the difference in business models. The business model that PlayStation has always operated under, and they still do right now, although we don't know if it will ever change, is they are a gaming platform, and they want their platform. They want to bring users to their platform. They don't want to bring their platform to users, if that makes sense. Which I think it does, because we see that with Sony, we see that with Nintendo, and we saw that with Xbox for the longest time. But the pivot he makes here, this is the part that I find fascinating. And it really makes me wonder where PlayStation would be right now if Shawn Layden was in charge and making these decisions. He says, I think we need to get into a world where we have a gaming format, like basically a gaming, just one singular gaming format. And that's why he said, if you had to buy a Sony CD player to listen to Sony music, that would be crazy. What he's really, what Shawn Layden's basically saying right now in this quote is he's basically talking about how, I don't want to say he's saying exclusives are bad. He's not explicitly saying that, but he's saying that gaming still exists in a somewhat unique space where, not unique. The word I'm looking for is a limited space. He's basically saying that Sony choosing to do exclusivity kind of limits them, just like it limits Nintendo, and just like it has for the longest time limited Xbox. But it's done intentionally. It's done because that's how they build their platforms. But he's talking about this notion and this idea that there's like a singular format. And that singular format, he says, maybe it would just be PC. And that's, again, it makes me really wonder what PlayStation would be doing right now if he was in charge, because many people do view PC as the format, like that is the singular format. And these consoles are kind of would live outside of that and kind of mess things up from the view of some people. But he says, talking about having licensing programs which allow other manufacturers to build into that space. What he's describing, by the way, is literally what Xbox is doing right now. Microsoft, as far as we know, is going to license the Xbox brand so other manufacturers can make Xbox hardware. Well, we just saw that with Jesus, right? The ROG Ally. And then this is what he says. He says, and then you can talk about real numbers moving. That's how you get to the ubiquity of the toaster. So his entire, and I mean, I just think that what he's talking about here leads to a more interesting conversation about both PlayStation and Nintendo currently, and also Microsoft, because they are what Shawn just described is what Microsoft is doing with the Xbox brand. And I think what makes people nervous about that is like, well, is it working for Xbox? I don't know. I don't know. Like, is it work? Would you say has Xbox and their platform reached the same ubiquity as the toaster? No, I don't think so. I don't know if anything in gaming ever will. Maybe Roblox. But New Soul 9 with a super chat says, MBG, keep in mind the same goes for hardware and cloud gaming. People that say both can coexist is silly to me. New Soul, do you mind elaborating on that a little bit? You're saying keep in mind the same goes for hardware and cloud gaming. So you're saying that people who say that both gaming on hardware or, native hardware or gaming on the cloud, that both can coexist. I need you to clarify one thing for me, New Soul. Are you saying people who say that both can coexist or can't coexist? Because you typed can, and I just need to make sure I have this right so I interpret what you're saying correctly. What is the point of a console without exclusives? Like, seriously, what would be the USP of a console? Petrov, you're saying PC is messing it up. No, I mean, PC players see it as the opposite. Let's say the PS6 will no longer have exclusives. That hurts the USP of a console. At that point, it would be a closed-off PC without the good sales of Steam, without mods, without anything really. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's what makes what Xbox and Steam are doing interesting, in that they're going to attempt to solve a problem that may not exist, or like highlight something that, hey, this is a problem, but most people don't care, or most people haven't been paying attention. Well, it depends. It really depends on your view of it, because like, if you take away exclusivity from, let's just say, the PS5, I mean, completely, you take it away completely, there are no more exclusives. I don't think the PS5 becomes pointless. I don't, because from that point of view, the purpose that the PS5 serves, the point of the PS5 is pretty much just this singular thing. I don't want a game on PC. And you mentioned a couple of things here about like, well, you won't get the sales on Steam and you won't have mods, but you have to consider how many people don't care about those things. And that's like the important part, is that exclusivity, I think at this point, I still think it's important. I think that's why you still see Sony releasing games like Wolverine only on PS5, or Ghost of Yotei or Saros only on PS5. I think obviously we're not really talking about Nintendo when we have this conversation, because Nintendo, I don't think they're ever going to not do exclusives. But I've had this theory before. I came up with this theory before, and I still mostly agree with it, where like, if Sony decided not to do exclusives, I think it would hurt PlayStation sales, but I don't think it would be what some people believe it would be. Like, I think this notion that, let's just say there's 100 million, by the time we get to GTA 6, right? There's like 100 million PS5s out there. I think this notion that some people have where you take away exclusives from the console, they don't exist anymore. There's going to be a mass exodus. I think the reason why people believe this is because of what has happened to Xbox. I think people, they look at Xbox and they're like, that's what happens when you don't have exclusives. That's what happens when you don't have good enough games. And you know, that's what happens when exclusivity erodes and collapses. And I think there is some level of truth to that. Like I do think that there was an opportunity, like, again, we talk about the idea of Destiny could have been an Xbox exclusive. It's something like that where it's like you could have locked that in and made it yours for your console only, and you drop the ball on that. And then when Halo 4 and 5 come out, that's supposed to be the game that's supposed to be your biggest system seller, and like this is why you're going to buy an Xbox, and then you drop the ball on that. And then, you know, Gears starts to lose its luster. And so I think that if we were to see a similar thing happen to PlayStation, where it's like, all right, the next Uncharted is not very good. The next, you know, Wolverine is a letdown. Soros is a letdown. And there just starts to be this like decline in the quality of Sony's games where like it's just mediocre game after mediocre game to mid game to mid game to mediocre game. Maybe one good game here and there, but mostly back to mid. You would see a certain level of erosion in PlayStation. You would see some people start to leave. You would see the numbers drop slightly. But this is where, when I tell you, like, there's an argument to be made that the thing that Sony did most successfully throughout the history of PlayStation, even more so than Xbox, and I think this is where Xbox really kind of messed up, is PlayStation successfully won over the casual gamer. It actually bleeds into exactly what we were just talking about. PlayStation won over the casual gamer during the transition from physical to digital. From the purely physical age of gaming to the now digital age of gaming. You know, when we look at like Sony, and it's ironic because it's owned by Microsoft now, but when we look at Sony having like the marketing rights to every Call of Duty game, DLC packs, exclusive content, they have the marketing rights to Destiny 1. They have certain little exclusive goodies for Destiny 1. They have the marketing rights for games like Red Dead Redemption 2, Hogwarts Legacy, an exclusive mission for Hogwarts Legacy. The people always ask, like, why does Sony do stuff like that? It seems like so anti-consumer. But really, the reason why, from their perspective, is because, listen, if we can convince, you know, some random gamer out there who's thinking about buying a new console to buy Hogwarts Legacy on PlayStation, even if it's just that singular mission that does it. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, the amount of people that thought Hogwarts Legacy was an exclusive just because Sony had the marketing rights. If that person ends up buying that game digitally, chances are that's just where they're going to buy their games now. What I'm trying to say is that the PS4 generation, Sony like cultivated that the entire way through. I think if you want to know when exclusives, I mean, truly saved Sony, exclusives saved Sony during the PS3 generation. And then they elevated them in the PS4 generation. During the PS3 generation, Sony, their back was against the wall. And it was looking dire. I mean, it was real bad. And they figured, okay, we need to create as much exclusive content and as many exclusive games as we possibly can. And they did. They went crazy. And some of the biggest and best exclusive games that Sony ever released came out during the PS3 generation. And that's what made people who decided to buy 360s or who were gaming on PC at the time and just skipped the PS3 for whatever reason, you know, whatever. There was plenty of reasons. Games even like Metal Gear Solid 4. You know, that's why I got a PS3. It's stuff like that that literally saved the PS3. And then when you look at what they were doing during the PS4 gen, when I talk about getting the marketing rights to all these different third party games and becoming the home, like this is where you're going to want to play your third party games. This is where you're going to want to play Red Dead 2, Destiny 1 and 2, Call of Duty, your sports games, so on and so forth. You know, that's all there to encourage people to continue to like, all right, well, if you happen to buy the PlayStation console for an exclusive, here's why you're going to want to stay. If you didn't buy the PlayStation console for an exclusive and you bought it for this one game, well, now we're just going to hope that you keep buying your games on this platform, specifically now digitally, right? This is what Sony has spent the last 15 years doing, basically. And exclusives obviously played a vital role from start to finish. And so to say exclusivity isn't important, I think would be just flat out not true. But the question is, how is it does exclusivity hold the same level of importance going in for PlayStation? I'm talking about PlayStation here, going into 2026. I think the answer is not as much. No. I don't think it's so much about the exclusivity anymore as it is the quality. And I really mean that, because if you think about the PS4 generation, right? Let's talk about God of War 2018. Let's talk about The Last of Us Part 2. Let's talk about Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding 1. I'm and even Days Gone for that matter. Although Days Gone is a bit mixed for a lot of people. I'm specifically highlighting games that came at the end, or Spider-Man. These are all games that came at the tail end of the PS4 generation, like the last 2 years, basically. I want you to think about how many millions of people already bought PS4s by the time Spider-Man 1 dropped in 2018. I mean, I'm sure I could find that number, but it was like, I mean, what were they, like 80 million, 90 million, probably 90 million or something like that. That was without having Spider-Man and without having that game be exclusive. Now, they did reveal it a couple years prior. Maybe that convinced people to buy it. Sometimes these reveals and knowing these games are coming exclusively, that convinces people to buy it. What I'm trying to say is, by the time these games came out and the only on PlayStation logo was there, and it's like PS4 exclusive banger, Sony probably didn't realize this at the time. How could they? Because they're entering kind of uncharted territory here with the level of success they were finding with the PS4. It's like, yeah, bro, they're like, you could announce that game's going to be on PC. They're not going to leave. They already bought a PS4. They're here. But, then you think, well, what about the PS5? Oh, see, well, we can't do that yet because what we need to tell that person why they're going to want a PS5. And this is why when we talk about the PS6 potentially being delayed, the difficulty, will Sony have exclusives for the PS6? This is like one of the biggest questions within the PlayStation community right now, which is fair. It's fair because it's like, well, how different are things now compared to even just 6 years ago with the PS4? I think they are different. I think when you look at a game like Wolverine, I do think that there is a certain percentage, I should say, of people that they're like, oh my God, that game looks awesome. Where can I play it? And it's like, well, you're going to need to buy a PS5 if you don't have one. Yeah, I think Wolverine is a system seller. I do. Just like I think Spider-Man 2 is a system seller. But I think it's the quality of the game by this point in time that matters so much more. And the big thing that tells me this, the big thing that tells me this is the shocking disparity between the PS5 version of Spider-Man 2 and the PC version. And the disparity I'm talking about is in terms of the way people are buying it and sales. We got data from Alinea Analytics last year, which, assuming this data was accurate, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here, because I'm not sure why they would publish the data if it wasn't accurate or even a little bit accurate. Even if the data's like partially wrong, it's still shocking data where they're like, the PS5 version of Spider-Man 2 sold 17 million copies and is selling like 1 million more copies every quarter on PS5. And it pretty much like stopped selling on PC or is like barely selling on PC. And the shocking thing about that is Spider-Man 2 is the fastest from console exclusive to PC port they've ever done. Ever. What does that tell you? I'll be honest, to me, that tells me, wow. I think if they launched that game day one on PC, they still would have sold probably 15 to 16 million copies on PS5. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's totally wrong. And it's like, actually, no. That year, that 12-month difference between the game being only on PS5 versus now it's on PC 12 months later, 15 months later. I think it was 12 months when it was announced and then it released technically the 15-month mark. That is where they got 15 million sales. And there is a chance that it's like, okay, well, Spider-Man dropped day one on PC. Those sales would have been cut in half. But then that would imply that you're talking, what, 6, 7, 8 million PC players jumped to buy a PS5 just for Spider-Man 2? I don't think so. I don't think so. Especially knowing, like, when Spider-Man 2 dropped in 2023, so, oh, don't go there. Don't go there, guys. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Especially with people already knowing that Sony puts their games to PC a year, maybe 2 years later, in some cases 3 or 4. But they do put their games on PC eventually. So I'll tell you right now, there's no way 6 or 7 million PC players are jumping to buy a PS5 for Spider-Man 2. That's just, in 2023, that's not a thing. So I think what I'm really trying to say here, guys, is like, I think it's fine and makes sense if Sony wants to continue to do exclusivity because they're like, yeah, we want to sell consoles and we want to really convince people. And we feel as though having a game like Wolverine or Saros or Intergalactic, having these games exclusively for our console, and, you know, anybody who we catch in our marketing net, yeah, you're gonna have to buy a PS5. I understand, as long as that's Sony's core business model, which it has been for the entirety of PlayStation's existence, why they're going to want to still do exclusivity. However, I do think the data is beginning to reveal over time, especially now that Xbox is kind of out of the equation, dude. I think the data is beginning to reveal to Sony that, you know, you in the coming years, especially with like the PS6, you might not have to do this. However, there is one wild card here. There is a caveat here, a potential caveat. And that caveat is all the times we've talked about the PlayStation 6 and like, how is Sony going to sell the PS6 the same way they sold the PS5, the same way they sold the PS4? We're thinking about this way too hard. We probably are. But just to conclude it, it's like, if all else fails, the PlayStation 6 in terms of its marketing, if all else fails, then there will at least still be exclusives that Sony can use exclusives to convince people to be like, okay, well, now we kind of have to shove you to the PS6 or really kind of pull you over. If Sony were to give up exclusivity And it just so happens that the PS6 is off to a really slow start. People are not convinced by the graphical fidelity. People are not convinced by the 120 frames per second. People don't give a shit about 8K, which they really don't. The DualSense 2 isn't winning people over. More, the bulk of people are like, the PS5 is fine, man. The PS5 Pro is more than fine. If they find themselves in that position, then it could turn out that like now exclusivity is all you have. That's the only other card you can possibly play to bring people over. Insomniac. What the hell is that noise? I don't know what that noise is. There's like a weird noise going on over there. Sorry. Insomniac is apparently going to be making an X-Men game. And this X-Men game might be ready to come out around the time that the MCU X-Men movies are coming out. If you're Sony and the PS6 is not off to the hottest start for multiple reasons, you come out and you say, here's Insomniac's X-Men exclusively on the PlayStation 6. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, if I'm an executive at Sony, where it's like our business model is to sell consoles, that is at the heart and soul of our business model. If that goes away, we're kind of screwed. I mean, yeah, I would kind of look at that and be like, I don't know, man. I think we got to make X-Men exclusive, bro. That would be my intuitive feeling. But maybe I'm wrong. And maybe it really is. It's just like, nah, you're going to sell the exact same amount of PS6s, whether it's exclusive or not, in the year 2030 or whatever. Newso9, you're saying MBG can coexist together. So, Newso, you're telling me that you don't think cloud gaming and gaming on native hardware, that these two, you don't think these two things can coexist? I'm a little confused by this. Sony will be in a predicament with the PS6. If they don't have exclusives for PS6, then the console won't sell. GTA 6 will conjure a very hard challenge for Sony to beat with the PS6 with PS6 only games. Well, yeah, Wolverine, you're saying MBG, you said no PS6 exclusives. I mean, I guess I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. At this point, I'm just not sure what role exclusivity truly plays in the success of PlayStation. If you ask like a hardcore PlayStation fan or like a fanboy, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's paramount, bro. It's like the most important thing." And it's like, well, I'm not sure that that's true because, well, I mean, look. If you're somebody, like I would have to ask, and this would be such an interesting thing to try to find out, but it's like, how many people who are really invested in PlayStation right now, you spent hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars on PlayStation in the last 5 to 8 years. You have dozens of games, hundreds of games potentially. You have accessories. You have all this stuff. I mean, would you really leave by this point? It's just like a real question. Like my intuition tells me that like you probably would have already left by now. If you were going to leave, I think you would have by now. And I say that only because like Sony gave you the signal. They're like, yeah, we're putting our games on PC. We're putting, we're gonna put these games that literally we use to drive PS4 sales. We're putting them somewhere else. Again, I don't know the answer to these questions. Even Sony doesn't. Like, the markets can be very finicky and very fickle and difficult to read. But I just sit here and I think to myself, well, realistically, I think the only other place that people are likely to leave to go to is PC. But the question needs to be asked, for the 85 million people that bought PS5s, how many of those people would be on PC already if it wasn't for exclusivity? Again, that's why that Spider-Man 2 data is so fucking interesting to me, because it's like that data tells you almost no one. Like, that data, that Spider-Man 2 data, if it's true, it tells me that, bro, I think there might be some mass confusion and misunderstanding about the importance of exclusivity during the PS5 generation. And that's why I've been saying I want to see Sony. Dude, I would love to see Sony put Wolverine day one on PC. I just fucking wish they would, because I want to see what happens. I want to know if I'm right. If it's like, all right, we're taking the chance. We're putting Wolverine day one on PC. And it's like, oh shit, this is the moment of truth. What's going to happen? And it's like, literally nothing happens. Nothing. It's like, oh, we got an extra million sales. Like, yeah, no, nothing's changed. Here's a question. Here's a real big question. This is beyond Wolverine. What if it outsells PS5 sales? Then console players are gonna have to worry. Yeah, if Wolverine goes day one on PC and it outsells PS5, oh. Well, what's the PC equivalent of time to learn Chinese? Time to learn, better learn to speak Chinese or something. It's basically that for console players. Here's the bigger question that goes beyond beyond Wolverine. GTA 6. GTA 6. What if GTA 6 was launching day one on PC and it wasn't just going to be on console? I wonder. Like, to me, that's the game that, like, you also have to think, like, from Sony's perspective, wouldn't you want people to buy PlayStation because they want to buy PlayStation? Isn't, like, just fundamentally and philosophically speaking, business philosophy here, like, wouldn't it just be better business in the long run, in the mid to long term, to just, we want people to buy PlayStations not because we're forcing you. We're incentivizing you, but not, you know what I mean? And that's where I feel like we're at a point where if it doesn't make sense for Sony to make certain games exclusive by the time the PS6 comes out, then I think that, they just shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if that would be a mistake on their part, but it's like, literally every developer is doing cross-gen games, and the PS6 is expensive, and we don't know when we can lower the price of it. Would it really be a good idea to be like, all right, well, people are happy on their PS5s, and the PS6 is expensive. It doesn't have nearly as much interest right now as like the PS5 and the PS4 at the same time. So let's like, I'm telling you, Sony's competing with themselves, dude. Remember how I told you during the PS3 gen, Sony went crazy with exclusives? Do you know why Sony went crazy with exclusives? It wasn't to get people off of PS2. That's the important part to understand in this conversation. Sony didn't go crazy with exclusivity in the PS3 era to get people off of PS2. It was to get people off of Xbox. That doesn't exist anymore. That's gone. That same approach makes almost no sense if it's like So we have to go crazy with exclusives to get people off of our own console. It makes sense if you're trying really hard to continue to move forward and if you need that to happen. But from a broader perspective, it's like, well, I mean, how vital is that? Because if they're on PS5, they're still a customer. They're still a PlayStation customer. And this isn't like this isn't the same as like if you're buying Call of Duty on PlayStation, you're still an Xbox customer. You're still a Microsoft customer. Technically you are, but I'm talking like if you're a PS5 player and that's where you spend all your time gaming, you're still a very, very valuable, like, I mean, you're an all-encompassing PlayStation customer because the ecosystem is still closed. So I guess like my real question here is like, why would Sony, where does the urgency come from Sony's perspective where it's like, we need to get that customer that's totally locked in on PS5 and get them totally locked in on PS6? That sounds, I don't know. Like at this point, it made sense for the PS4 to PS5 because that's the approach that Jim Ryan took. But even he, for as much as he was trying to move people over, was like, oh well, but we'll still put God of War on PS4. I don't know. I don't know. It's just interesting times, man. I feel like, I mean, look, I think when we look at Jim Ryan when he was doing the transition from the PS4 to the PS5, he was a shark, bro. He wanted Xbox dead. Like he still viewed Xbox as a major threat. That's why he went crazy at the beginning. Whereas like we got to have 2 PlayStation showcases in 2020. We got to have Ratchet and Clank as the next gen showcase. We got to have Demon Souls exclusive. We got to tease God of War Ragnarok. I mean, it's just silent, you know. I mean, it was just popping off, dude. We're like everything. Give him everything. Next year, 2021 showcase, Spider-Man, Wolverine, God of War. You know, like we're just boom, boom, boom. We're not, you know, not taking any prisoners. I think that major sense of urgency was because it's like, we got to make sure they don't go back to Xbox, you know? Like, we got to make sure we don't lose them. Because I don't think Sony went into, because you have to remember, like, when Sony was transitioning from the PS4 to the PS5, even though they beat the Xbox One still sold like 50, 55 million units. From Sony's perspective, like they know what that's like. That's what I'm trying to say. Sony survived the PS3. They knew what it was like to, you know, fall behind and to make a comeback. So Sony knows that could happen. So it's reasonable to think that Sony didn't want to see that happen from the PS4 to the PS5. They didn't want to get complacent. They didn't just want to assume that Xbox was going to die. Jim Ryan didn't assume that Xbox was going to die. Jim Ryan assumed I'm going to have to continue to try to kill Xbox in order for them to die. And that was a smart assumption because it was, I would say, halfway true. You know, there is, like, you could, hindsight being 2020, you could argue Sony didn't have to do half the shit they did this gen, and Xbox would be in the exact same position they are. Not saying that would have been better, no, but I'm just saying that it seems clear to me at this point that when you talk about Sony going from the PS5 to the PS6 and we talk about exclusivity, it's like, who is the threat now? Who is the threat to Sony's success in the console space with PlayStation? Who's the threat? That's the question that needs answering. I'm going to tell you right now. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. The threat is the economy and AI. The threat is their own PS5. The threat is the PS5, the economy, AI, component prices. The threat is, holy shit, I think we made people so happy with the PS5, they don't want to leave. The threat is not Xbox anymore. No one's leaving PlayStation to go to Xbox. The threat, I don't think, is PC, because if that was the case, Sony would have never put anything on PC. Sony would look at, you know, Sony would not put their single-player games on PC, ever. Sony doesn't see Steam or Valve as the threat. And the only way Sony sees Nintendo as a threat right now is in Japan. Sony feels as though they're getting defeated in Japan, which they are badly. And I would say that's the only area where Sony feels like there's another gaming force, another gaming brand, not force, gaming force, another gaming brand that's a true threat to PlayStation, and that is Nintendo in Japan. They're not just a threat; they have basically almost terminated you. So now you need to get up and try to make that comeback, or you're going to lose that market for good. Outside of that, I think Sony's fighting a completely different beast at this point. The battle is completely different going into the PS6. And so because of that, I do think there have to be many different considerations. And I think exclusivity is one of those considerations where it's like, how important / valuable / necessary is exclusivity for the PlayStation 6? It's going to be an interesting time when we get there. I'll tell you that. Maybe I am overthinking it, though. Maybe it's just like, we take a couple games, make them exclusive, a couple others, we make them cross-gen. Maybe that's the solution right there. Just like Jim Ryan did. He showed us the way. Importance of exclusivity, well, it's easy to see. Look at the platform without exclusives, compare the platform with exclusives, and see who's doing better, Xbox versus Switch. It's easy to see. Well, yeah, I mean, I do think, though, you have to evaluate each platform separately. Like, evaluate Nintendo and their exclusives and the role it plays in their ecosystem. Evaluate PlayStation, their exclusives, and the role it plays in their ecosystem, and then, so on and so forth. And I think Half-Life 3 will be a big determining factor. Perhaps. I know that's really random, but like, we know that Valve has hardware they're putting out, and if Valve comes out, I don't know if they're going to do this, but if Valve is like, hey guys, so we have this little cube box thing we want to sell you, here's Half-Life 3. It's not on PlayStation. It's not going to be on Xbox or Switch. Just on Steam. I mean, I guess it would technically be on the Xbox Magnus because Steam's there, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, we're not making ports of this game. Just on PC. Something like that I think that'll get Sony's attention. I think Sony's like, sir, we may have a new threat looming in the distance. It could be something like that. It really could, where it's like, bro, Half-Life 3 not coming to PlayStation. What's going on? And Corey, the legend Landiga, coming out of nowhere. He drops 10 membership gifts for you guys. My mouse is acting really weird. I clicked on that link, that Ghost of Yote link. Things are acting kind of weird now. I'm a little nervous. Corey, thank you so much. He says, good day, brothers. Boy, do we have a surprise for you, Corey.
Holy shit.
Clark, get your ass over here. I'm waiting for you to show up, man. We replaced the boss. Corey, no, seriously, thank you for the 10 bomb there, man. That brings us to 15. So we're 10 away. We'll see if we can hit it, guys. Corey's like, I gotta make up for lost time. So Ray dropped 5, Corey drops 10. We're at 15. 10 more, and we can feed the new beasts. We can feed all the beasts. Clark is knocked out over there, dude. But yeah, we got a new member of the cat family here. New member of the MBG army. The MBG army, bro. How you're saying Half-Life 3? Really? Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, what do you think I'm out of pocket? Do you think I'm... Because listen, well, Nate Dogg, you're saying Half-Life 3 won't affect PlayStation. They need a heavily motivated Xbox with a visionary like Peter Moore. I mean, look, to be clear, I'm not saying if like Half-Life 3 doesn't come to PlayStation and it's just on PC, and it's there to help try to move Steam machines. I'm not saying that's going to make Sony go like panic and freak. I'd be like, holy shit. Like, but I think that's something Sony has to observe. Like, and just, don't ignore it. Have it in your periphery, but, look over from time to time, because it's like it could be a signal. It may be nothing, but the signal to me is just kind of like, well, okay, so you're selling a box to go in people's living rooms with an exclusive piece of, like, a really valuable, like a long-awaited exclusive piece of software. You see what I'm saying? It's like, just pay attention, because we don't know what that'll do. Maybe it'll do nothing. Maybe it's like, in the same way that I say, maybe if Sony didn't make Wolverine exclusive, nothing changes. Maybe that's the opposite. It works the opposite way as well, where it's like, yeah, Half-Life 3 not coming to PlayStation doesn't change anything. But I'm just saying they have to consider this. My rank remains, bub. Yeah, boss is still a boss. Corey's like, what the fuck happened? No, it's nothing crazy. We got one more family member last week. His name is Clark Kent, the cat. He's a boy cat, and him and Boss are starting to get along better. The only thing Boss doesn't like about Clark at this point, I mean, we're like a week and a half in. The only thing he doesn't like is Clark tries to like play with him a little bit. Clark's from the streets, so he'll mess around. And I don't think Boss is used to that. Boss has never had that. Leia's never played that way with Boss. So Boss perceives it as a threat. Like, he thinks Clark's actually really trying to hurt him, and he's not. And that's the only thing Boss doesn't like. Outside of that, though, they've been chilling near each other, and they're good. And yeah, that's who's starting to play a lot? Clark. Hey, Clark is Hood. Clark and Luna are really starting to play. And I'm glad, because that's why we got Clark. He's really young. We wanted another young cat to be able to play with Luna, and he's used to dodging bullets. I mean, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's seen some shit. Clark Cat. Yeah, he's knocked down on my recliner over there, though, man. Yeah, Corey, I don't know how much you missed, but I know the setup looks new again. I redid the basement. I have a whole new setup. So, like, if we hit 50 members, I can remove my chair, bring my workout bench over, do proper reps, and then proceed from there. MBG, you see right now, pre-built PCs are raising prices. Yeah. Well, yeah, the price of, I mean, that's, who am I kidding? Half-Life 3 isn't going to be a threat, nor if it's exclusive to the Steam machine will it be a threat, because, the threat is universal. All of these companies now have a common enemy, and that is the economy. It's the economy. It's the rising prices, the rising costs. Bro, I don't know. They might all have to join forces. Might have no choice. Clark is from the danger section. Just watch how tons of people pick up PS5 and Xbox when GTA 6 comes out. I mean, I do think some PC gamers will go buy consoles to play GTA 6. But I think once GTA 6 drops on PC, they'll leave the console. So it'll be good for temporary sales, but not long-term retention. And yeah, that's not a bad thing, Console sold is a console sold, dude. It's a boomer shooter. I mean, I still think Half-Life 3 is real. Apparently it is. I just think that, from what I understand, I think Valve is starting to get a little bit nervous about how much it's going to cost them to manufacture and produce the Steam machine with the prices of RAM, now apparently GPUs going up. They may have literally picked the worst time. And that sucks for them, dude, because Valve tried with the Steam machines and they didn't really, I mean, I'll be honest, they just kind of failed. But it was their first attempt, and so nobody really blamed them. But now they're coming back like a decade later with a singular box, you know, makes a lot more sense. They're streamlining it, simplifying it. But now they're going to be entering the market when it's like, bro, literally any other time would have been better. This is the singular worst time to produce a new piece of hardware. And I think the fact that Sony's considering delaying the PS6 is indicative of that. We're sitting here looking at Series X consoles being sold for $700, Series S consoles being sold for like $500, PS6 potentially being delayed, another PS5 price hike possibly looming in the distance. Nintendo's scared shitless of how they're gonna, you know, what they're gonna do, whether they have to raise the prices. It's looking spooky, man. And not to be negative, but it's looking spooky all around. Where it's like, I think maybe the answer at the end of the day for all this stuff, I think the answer is that we may just all have to, you know, corporations included, we may just all have to chill out and view it as, okay, like, we're just going to have to be content with what we have. And there's no rush for anybody to move on or upgrade to anything. There's no rush because there can't be. And instead, we're going to hunker down, wait it out. You know, I don't know how the corporations are going to do that because they're, like I told you in the last stream, they're not going to do that because they're afraid of loss. You know, they're afraid of loss and afraid of losing value and shareholders and all that. But it's just like, bro, you can't keep artificially, you know, I don't know if it's artificial. It depends on who you ask, but you can't, like, we can't keep up the charade. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the shit's gonna hit the fan, it's gonna hit the fan, and we're just gonna have to kind of deal with it and make the best of it. And I think a lot of these companies are basically trying to pretend that no, like, again, in the name of not scaring off the shareholders, like, no, it's fine. That's not gonna happen. It's like that quote. Look at this. This is so funny to me. Let me bring it up. Where is it? Okay. So Microsoft CEO says people should stop calling AI slop. Quote, we need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication and develop a new equilibrium that accounts for humans being equipped with these new cognitive amplifier tools as we relate to each other, end quote. What the, like, what in the shareholder are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? And Corey the legend, he comes in, he's like, I'm gonna do it myself today, boys. Corey comes in and does a heavy lift. He drops 10 more membership gifts. It was the Satya Nadella AI quote, AI slop quote that got him. Corey, thank you so much, man.
I'm no hero. Never was.
He did it for the boss. Let's see what
Never will
happens. Let's see what happens when I shake the treats. I don't know what's going to happen. But, well, not 250. No, that's wrong. Oh, my God. What is happening? Guys, my keyboard is short-circuiting right now. That's the member goal, guys. 25,050 memberships is what we need to hit. Dude, what is my keyboard dying? What is happening? It's super laggy, man. Fuck. Why is it this laggy? Boss, come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Yeah. Come on, boss. Corey's got you, bro. Come on. It's okay. He's looking at me. He's like, is it safe? Is Clark up there? You're good. There you go, man. Yeah, Corey, thank you again for dropping 20 memberships, man. I really appreciate that. You had to carry boss down here. Wow, what's happening to boss? Clark, please don't. All right, well, Corey, you might meet Clark. Well, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. All right, here he is. Oh, dude, boss is growling. He's like, get away from my treats. You get the fuck away from my treats, boy. Corey, I'm sorry, bro. What, boss, you're that disturbed. Ain't. Boss, dude, he's not. He's literally leaving the entire room. He's like, I'm out. No, he didn't eat them. He didn't eat the treats, boss. All right, Clark. I guess you're first then. Come here. I need another cat tower. You said they were getting along 5 seconds ago. Dude, they are. They're not fighting. Like, I don't know. Bosses. I think you need to remove Clark if you don't want your channel to suffer. Depressed boss. Boss is depressed. He's like, I don't even see a point. You know what, guys? I'll set up a new cat tower goal. Maybe that's what we could do. Because the other cat, I can't grab the other cat tower because it's in use upstairs. God, I'm gonna have 3 cat towers. Maybe that's the solution, guys. That'll be the solution. Clark's enjoying the treats though. So there's Clark. I have to get boss his own cat tower now. You know what else it might be though? I'm starting to wonder because I gave boss treats the other day. I don't know if he's eating more food. I think generally. Now the teams are even 2 boy cats, 2 girl cats. The solution is to finish out your I think you would say pimped out basement. I wouldn't call it pimped out. I definitely wouldn't call it that. All right, let me. And we have a direct donation from Perfect Image. He says, "Hey MBG, if exclusives do matter if the game fits like Ghost, Uncharted, Infamous. But in the PS3 to 5, I bought PlayStation because PlayStation is better than anything else to me personally." Yeah, and that's where I might be overthinking it ultimately. I think boss needs to slim down. Well, I've been trying to figure out now that I have a new cat, like balancing out like how much I need to feed each cat, like, or I mean, like, it's like cat dad problems here, but you know, each can of cat food has a certain amount, and they tell you on the can, like, here's how much you should give, and you have to kind of like estimate it. And so every time we get a new cat, it's like, all right, now I have to divide this up differently now. So I think he's been eating a little bit better than normal. Nice to meet the laddie cat. Yeah, he's cool. He's a I've been talking about him the past couple of days, but he's a really rambunctious but very sweet cat. He's very sweet. He's very nice. He doesn't have. It's really strange because like you would think a cat coming off the streets would be more aggressive. He's not. He's not aggressive at all. He's playful, but not aggressive. Like he doesn't have any intent to like He doesn't like. He seems like he wouldn't. He probably would hurt a fly, but he doesn't seem like he would. Christopher Dring said sales of Xbox consoles were down 39% in the UK during 2025, making it comfortably the worst year on record for Xbox consoles. I'm not surprised at all to hear that, Jack. I think this was the year, bro. This was the final nail in the coffin. I really believe that. Yeah, he's very happy, dude. No way. Those are the ones who know what the struggle is like. The spoiled ones are meanie butts. You know, surprisingly, Leia's the one that really is not taking the Clark at all. I'm surprised. Like I was assuming by this point she would start to, get along with it. She wants nothing to do with him. And she and it's sad, Leia's a really, really sweet cat. Leia's a really nice cat. But with Clark, she gets these, we call her the demon pig now. We call her the demon pig because the noises she starts to make when this cat gets near her is like, and she's the only cat he's afraid of. He's not afraid of Boss at all. He's not afraid of Luna at all. Anytime he tries to get close to Leia and Leia starts making those noises, he's like, I'm gonna just head out now. Because she sounds possessed. It's really messed up. But I'm just surprised by that because Leia is such a nice cat. But there's something about Clark she does not like, dude. And she just refuses to accept him. So I'll keep you guys updated. I'll let you know as the weeks and months go by if that ever changes. But for now, it seems like she's just going to do her best to completely avoid him. And he's just like, I just want to say what's up. I just, what's up, Granny Cat? Another thing is what use case AI will produce for these companies to innovate with future hardware products. If one did something brilliant with it and caught on with the masses, the rest would die off. Boss is retiring. No, Boss isn't retiring. No, I seriously might. I don't know if I'll do it right away, but I'll probably at least try. Maybe I'll bring that other cat tower down temporarily just to test it out before I buy another one and see if that changes it. Because I do feel a little bit bad. Like he's clearly like, all right, well, if this guy's going to be near me while I'm trying to eat my treats, I'm just going to leave. Don't let Boss fool you. He's fine. He's in a fuzzy throw blanket at the end of the bed. He's loafing on it. Oh, man. Yeah, it is a little bit colder down here. I wonder if that's one of the reasons, too. Yeah, Clark doesn't mind. Clark's used to sleeping on the cold streets, bro. He's sleeping over there in the leather chair. I'm like, all right, well, whatever floats your boat, Clark, that's fine. Getting really annoyed because like I'm having problems with my mouse. It keeps lagging, and I don't know why. Why is it lagging like that? All right. So yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that Microsoft CEO wants people to stop calling AI slop. So are we going to stop? Should we? Do you think we should listen? I don't know, man. I think it's fair that people call AI. Yes, exactly. Like stop making slop. I think there's some good, decent to good AI stuff, but most, I mean, dude, the overwhelming majority of what I see, like my son yesterday, he watches YouTube sometimes, and I went into the living room, and there was this video playing, and there's been this new viral trend, and I'm not sure how long it'll last, but the trend is having AI make videos of different animals. It's like a Ring doorbell camera angle, but different animals coming up to the door and doing ridiculous things, and then in the middle of the night, and then the person angrily opening their door and like shooing them away. It's a lot of times it's cats, but it's other animals. Like there was this video playing that looked very real. And I, my son, he's young. I don't think there's no way he could tell that it wasn't real. And the video, it was an innocent one, but I'm just like, this is why data centers are being built. The video was completely AI generated, where it was like 15 minutes long of every different animal going up to this porch, again, at night with the Ring doorbell quality camera, eating a chicken wing. And there was like a bear, there was like a walrus and shit. It's just so random. And I'm like, and I like went to check out the channel. And I'm like, that's all this channel is. It's just an AI channel. I'm like, this is crazy, dude. Like this is crazy. What is this? And I know that's nothing compared to so much of the other slop that's out there. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the future is going to look like with these AI data centers and this AI slop. I just saw a video that popped up today. I don't watch this guy. I'm not AI. No, I'm not AI. I promise. But I've come across a couple of his videos throughout the years. He's not somebody I'm subscribed to and watch, but he's like a music dude. Fantano or Fontana. I don't know how you say his name. I think it's Fantano or something. And I saw a video that popped up where he's saying it's coming, and it's like the AI music or AI is like taking over the music industry or something. I see Rick Beato pop up all the time talking about AI and music, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if this is, a lot of people, when it comes to change, they view it as like a bad thing. But and a lot of people I listen to, Ubisoft shareholder, bro. Ain't no way. I just noticed your name. Ubisoft shareholder. Goddamn. Oh, boy. Well, we do have one more topic to discuss. One more actual topic that I had listed here. What did I do with it? It has to do with Silent Hill. I'm not going to spend too long on this one, but I did want to talk about this for just a little bit. Just a little bit. We have Doc Zarkand Blitzer. Yo, he's back. Again. He says, MBG, I'll be posting multiple super chats after this. Please wait before reading until I'm finished. Thanks. Uh-oh. He's doing it again. Wow, I'm surprised, Zanarkand. I'm not going to lie. Two in a row. Across 2 streams. All right. I hear you, man. I got you. I'll wait to you just let me know. All right, you let me know when you're finished. Terminator theme music. Dude, the Terminator theme's amazing. The upcoming game in January that I won't name is AI Slop. All right. So while Zanarkand is posting those chats, I'm going to read this to you. It says, before Blooper Team's Silent Hill 2 remake was released in 2024, the most recent Silent Hill game was technically PT in 2014. The famous teaser that never became a full project. Before that, it was Silent Hill Book of Memories on the PlayStation Vita. Whether you count PT or not, that's still at least a decade between proper releases. Now, after Silent Hill 2 Remake in 2024, and now Silent Hill F in 2025, we've had 2 Silent Hill games in 2 years. And according to Konami, the company wants to keep that pace up if it can. In an interview with Famitsu, producer Motoi Akamoto says the company is aiming to release about 1 Silent Hill game per year, including both announced and unannounced titles, turning the long-dormant horror series into an annual franchise. Now, the producer does not call this new goal a mandate for the company and the franchise. It doesn't seem to be the case that he wants Konami to have a Call of Duty-style development pipeline to ensure that they can pump out a new game on an annual basis, but he describes it as a goal the company would like to hit in an effort to, quote, keep the buzz around Silent Hill constant, end quote. So here's the full quote of what he says. Following the release of Silent Hill 2 in October 24, we were able to deliver Silent Hill F in September 25, and the Silent Hill series is now back on track. We aim to release about one title per year, including both announced and unannounced titles. We're not sure how far we can achieve this, but we'll do our best as the producer of the Silent Hill series. Ideally, we like to keep the buzz around Silent Hill constant, end quote. So that is the full quote of what he had to say. And I feel like, I mean, I've seen some reactions to this. Uh-oh, hold on. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get distracted by Zanarkan's messages here. Oh, by the way, guys, before we continue, make sure you hit that like button. We're at 84 likes. We're at 84. All right. I want to see if we can get that up to 100. I think if we all come together collectively, we can do it. Bro, yo, hold on. Oh, wow. Clark and Boss are getting along just fine. Mrs. MBG just sent me a picture. They're both laying together on our bed upstairs. That's fun. Wow, see, I knew Boss wasn't upset because of him. I think bro just ate too much today. I think he's full. I don't think he wants treats. But yeah, so Zanarkan, you're saying you're ready for me to read them? All right. Let me scroll up here. I appreciate that, man. It's very kind of you. You again, you've been dropping a lot of super chats on the channel and a lot of support. I appreciate it. So, saying, Mr. MBG, I've been recently informed of a matter concerning a fellow MBG citizen. He's told me he is unable to chat and interact with the other citizens. I've investigated the matter and watched back a podcast episode titled Top 5 Games of 2025. I see other citizens and you interacting with him, but his posts and account is invisible. It's like he's a BT now. Great Scott! A BT. Oh, hold on. Who could he be talking about? I know you've recently signed into law the Civil and Respectful 2025 Act, which contains the following. 1, thou shalt be civil and respect MBG's citizens and show respect to MBG's citizens. 2, thou shalt attack the argument, not the person. And 3, thou shalt try to remain on topic. Our fellow citizen tried to enter the town MBGville. Oh man, that sounds cursed, MBGville. But he was arrested on the spot and thrown into jail for trespassing. So, President MBG, I'm writing this super chat letter for you to strongly consider granting a pardon or at least a clemency for time served for your MBG-ican. Oh man. I don't know about that one. Citizen, Mr. Wesley, full name Wes Trippy for life, 420. Wes. Wes has clearly gone to great lengths. And he says he doesn't know what happened. Banned, canceled, timed out for short term. It's a new year. Mr. Wesley knows now knows that no one is above the MBG law in this great MBG republic. No one is above the MBG law. Wes would like a second chance. You know, Wes is funny because he's kind of got that Rich Rod energy a little bit, but a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Not unhinged. Wes has this kind of this energy where it's like, hey man, don't let's stay on topic. And he's like, yeah, but what about this? Oh, that's not good. You say unban Wes. So you guys think we should give him a second chance? We got to give Wes a second chance. All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm a believer in second chances for sure. So Wes was, just to be clear, Wes was banned for basically, from my perspective, for a little bit of spam. I guess it's not spam in the sense of like he's just like, chat, enter, not going crazy, but just, I would say, going overboard with leaning into a discussion around particular topics that tend to evoke a lot of divisiveness. And basically, like, I've tried numerous times, and this will be a good thing for me to just tell everybody. Yeah, I guess, a lot of it would be considered political angst. And it's like, look, man, I don't want to like drop the hammer and be like, you can't talk about anything. But it's just, when I talk about people being respectful, and I'll give Wes a second chance, but this is, again, I'll just try to use this as an opportunity to make it a little bit more clear. Like, I just want people to be able to recognize where it's like, look, man, I'm not telling you how to feel or that you can only view things one way. It's not that at all. But at some point, it's like, if you just start to become kind of rude and abrasive with your opinions on things, even that I can tolerate to a degree. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I'm like that too sometimes. And it's a human thing, especially when you're passionate about something. But at some point, it's like, we got to chill out. Okay? Like, we're going to take a step back. We're going to chill out and we're going to move on from it. And we're not going to continue to be so abrasive towards it, because I mean, dude, like, I've even had to tell people to stop doing that with like Xbox related things. You see what I'm saying? Where like these days, the rule of thumb in 2026, it was also in 2025, with these types of things is lean into it harder and keep going. And that's where I'm trying to not go in that direction. And I don't want people to think that that's what we're doing here with anything, because it's not. And it's I'm not going to lie to you guys, it's been difficult to navigate it, because I continue to try to advocate for, even though we are a PlayStation centric channel, and obviously I have my own opinions, I'm out here streaming them to you and talking about things, and I always want to advocate for people to give their own opinions and have their own thoughts and share them. I'm just trying very hard to make sure that we don't go deeper into a direction where this is why I've stopped watching almost, I don't say all YouTube content, that's not true, but I've disconnected from so much, because it all just turns into hive mind mentality and hive mind behavior. And one of the biggest reasons that happens is because it's like, okay, we all have to agree on one particular thing, and anybody who's outside of that, it's either fall in line or we're just going to beat you over the head with it until you fall in line or until you go. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to actually exist in this middle ground where it's like, different opinions are absolutely welcome. People that, saying, here's how I feel. Somebody saying, well, I feel the opposite. And then talking about it and saying, well, here's why I feel the opposite. So it's, oh, I see that. But I still hold, a little bit of debating is fine. What I don't appreciate, and frankly, this is why Wes got banned. Wes got banned because it's the constant, everything's woke. Everything's woke. And even when I say, okay, let's chill out, like, if you're going to talk about Ghost of Yote, let's talk about something other than it's just woke. Or anytime I bring up Naughty Dog, it's just woke. It's woke garbage. And it's like, just in the same way that I would ask somebody if it's every time I talked about like the PS5. It's like the PS5 is a piece of trash. The PS5 is trash. It's like, that's fine. That's fine. But when it's just, that's all the conversation is, that's all it is, that's all I see, that's all that's being spewed over and over and over again. It's like, come on, man. You know, like, because, and the reason why I like to give people a chance is because I want to encourage them, where it's like, give me something more substantive, you know, if that's the right word. I don't even know if that's a word. Just something with more substance behind it. And you know what? I don't have to agree with it, and that's fine. But I can appreciate that, where it's like, here's your reason. It's a really well thought out reason as to why you agree or disagree, you like, you don't like, you have a problem, you don't have a problem. And if we can reach that point where we can agree to disagree and be respectful towards one another, that's the point. And, you know, I will say that a lot of the things I've encountered specifically in 2025, and why I had to do that code of conduct thing, is because I've seen way too many people, and I'm not even necessarily talking about on my channel. I'm talking just in general. In general, I've seen way too many people. It's like, you're being antagonistic, and you know it. You know you're being antagonistic. Like, everybody knows you're low key antagonizing. Disassociate. We have to disassociate, man. And that's what I'm trying to honestly remove from my channel, because it has caused problems. And you know, we live in a time that frankly depresses me. Well, I guess maybe it's always been like this, but it's just, at least on the internet, people can find the greatest amount of success they've ever found by being antagonistic, by being combative, by fighting and yelling and being assertive and letting you know, like, this is right and that's wrong, period, end of discussion. There's no room for any more conversation. People are finding more success than they ever have with that mentality and that behavior. And I fucking hate it, because it's like, that sucks. Like, that sucks. There's nothing interesting there. And I hate that so much. And again, this is something that has persisted throughout human history, and it will continue. It's not just going to stop now. It's certainly not going to stop on YouTube or the internet. But this idea that it's like, you just got to go where you go, to the place where you're going to hear what you want to hear. I can't do that. I can't offer that to anybody, because I'm not that person. I will never be that person. I'm not going to tell myself what I want to hear, because there's more to life than that. There's more out there, you know? And I'm not going to create a space where I cultivate a group of people where I'm just going to I've got to give you what you want. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. Like, if that's what this was going to turn it, if that's what I wanted this to be, I'd be way more successful right now. If I could be that way, I would be well beyond talking about PlayStation right now. And I decided a very long time ago that, or maybe even from the start, that, like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And so I know it's getting a little bit away from what you were super chatting about, Zanarkand, but, you know, I'd be willing to give Wes another chance if he can respect what I'm saying here, you know, and that, look, like, it's like, I'm not saying you can't say something is woke. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you can't say something is, you know, like, one of the things that Wes would constantly say is, like, Ghost of Antifa. It's like, at some point, I'm going to ask you to stop doing that, because it's just like, bro, when that's just every time we talk about Ghost and you're a very vocal community member, it's like, if we were in a room together, I would ask you to please shut up. Like, no, that's I'm trying to treat this as if I'm inviting guests into my house, right? And I've worked very hard to create a respectful environment where if somebody's going to be super disruptive, it's like, stop, please, you know? Anyway, getting a little long-winded here, but, you know, we'll give Wes a second chance, you know, and I'll just say too, like, I don't think, you know, people who are, I don't think most of the people who are behaving this way are, I'm not even saying they're bad people. I think most people are not bad people. I just think a lot of times people frankly, it's like, they have a certain level of anonymity. And through that anonymity, it creates a level of comfort where it's like, I think sometimes people get too comfort where it's like too comfortable where I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I wouldn't hang around people in person who are talking like that and behaving like that. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't do that. And if I had to be around those people, I would like try really hard to be like, can we find some kind of like middle ground where we're not being so overly rambunctious about every little thing. If it's done in jest, if it's done for fun and to just fuck around, that's one thing. But I noticed like, and maybe I don't know, maybe it's just a little bit of a reflection on my channel where I mess around here too a little bit. I think you guys know that, but there's just lines here, I don't want this place to become so sterile that it's like you gotta treat it like we're in a library and can't say nothing, walking on eggshells. I'm not trying to treat it like that either, but it's just I'm basically just asking people to stop picking fights constantly. Like that's all it is. That's like truthfully, that's all I'm asking for. When I say like challenge the argument, not the person, that inherently, there's going to be a debate there, but it's like, okay, and what that should lead to is, okay, you think that way, I think this way, we'll agree to disagree, we'll move on. But it's just when people are just, it's constant. It's constant. It's constant. I'm just trying to get people to move on from stuff, and not always just have the same antagonistic energy put towards everything. I just, it drives me nuts. It does. And you know what? Final thing I'll say, the reason why I feel so passionate about this is because it makes me not want to be part of it. And that makes me sad where it's like, I want to keep doing this. I want to keep streaming and I want to keep talking about video games and talking about the games industry. I want this to still be a thing I'm passionate about. So much of what I come across, it just disgusts me. And I'm not like, it literally leaves me feeling disgusted where it's like, yes, everything sucks. Everything is trash. Everything is woke garbage. Everything is ruined. And there's only like one good thing out of a sea of thousands of things, apparently. But we can't even focus on the one good thing because we have to focus on the thousands of things that are just utter garbage and trash. And everything is just bad, doom, sucks, blah. It's the same. And I'm like, I'm fucking tired, man. Like we've reached a point of cynicism where it's like, this isn't just being critical. This is being cynical. It's one thing to be critical. It's one thing to be skeptical. It's another to just flat out be cynical. And cynicism seems to be the flavor of the day and has been for like a year now. And I'm hoping it doesn't continue into 2026, but it might. But yeah, I'm just asking, you sure you want to do this anymore? Well, that's the thing. I am. And you know why, Titus? I'll tell you why. Because when I distance myself from it a little bit, not streaming or making videos, but specifically if I distance myself from feeding my brain the constant, here's the problem. Here's the problem of the day. Here's why gaming sucks now. Here's what's wrong with you. Here's what's wrong with the world. Here's what's wrong with the industry. Here's what's wrong with AI. Here's what's wrong with the game you enjoy. Here's what's wrong with this, that, and the other thing. Once I remove myself from that and I get off that hamster wheel and I'm like, I'm just going to like try to get back just a little bit to the roots of why I even decided to make a YouTube channel in the first place. And you know what that was? It was the simplest thing in the world. Two things. I fucking love playing video games and I love the gaming industry and I fucking love working out and I love fitness and exercise. Now, granted, in recent years, I've fallen off of that a little bit. I gotta get back on track. I'm working on that. But those were the two things. And I had a great passion for those two things. And when I was making my channel, gaming is what kind of won out a little bit. Well, then a lot. And I always told myself, like, it's not about forced positivity making everything positive, because that's not real. Yes, I have bad experiences playing video games. Yes, I have negative experiences when looking at what's going on in the gaming industry, but the passion comes from a purely good place. And so it's like always just kind of a balance where it's like, if you were going to play video games for 2 hours a day, every day for the next 14 days, and you had you could choose from any games to play at any time. That time you're going to spend over the next 2 weeks playing games, you're free to choose to play whatever you want. Why would anybody choose to play games that they don't enjoy? You will accidentally stumble upon that, where I tried this game and I played it for an hour and I didn't like it, so I stopped. And then I went to go find something else. And that thing that I found actually is a lot better. You know, like, it doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about the thing you didn't enjoy. You should. But the passion shouldn't be about how much you disliked that thing. Instead, the passion should be about the journey to get to the thing you did like and why you liked it so much. And it's sad, man. Like, I'm trying not to, I know I'm going on and on here, but it's because, dude, this is it goes beyond gaming. It goes so far beyond gaming, and it's been a real challenge, I think, not just for me, but for a lot of people, where it's like, one of the reasons why everybody's so tired is because they're bombarded with negativity and cynicism. And I'm telling you now, man, it's hard to even blame the people who do it, because the reason why they're doing it is because it's what pays their bills. It's what makes them the money. It's what gets them the views. It's what gives them growth. And it's what lines their pockets. Not even probably that great either, but that's what works. Trust me, I get it. I had to literally, go against the grain in some instances on my own channel, where it's like, it would be easier for me to just love The Last of Us Part 2. It would be easier for me to just hate everything Xbox does vehemently, It would be easier to just, look on Twitter and say, here's like 100 insane replies I've seen from people, and I'm just going to make fun of all of them, which would be funny, certainly. But I would be like, I'd be hollow inside, where it's like, what am I doing? Like, you know what I want to do? I want to talk about Resident Evil 2 Remake. I want to talk about the PS6, because that's something I'm very excited for. I want to talk about Wolverine. I want to talk about Marathon. Am I going to try it? Am I going to like it? I don't know. I want to talk about the fact that, yeah, I decided I want to play more games this year. I started with Resident Evil 2 Remake, and my journey to that platinum was a really interesting one. In my opinion, a very stressful one, but something I enjoyed. And I enjoyed that journey. Like, I'm not saying this doesn't exist. This does exist. I just feel like it doesn't exist enough in this specific space, And that's it. I know you didn't. This is an arcade. I know you didn't mean to like trigger that extended rant or monologue or whatever. But my hope here is that I'm not saying you guys need to be just like me. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply trying to communicate that I'm looking for some level of balance. And part of that balance is, you know how when I talk about The Last of Us Part 2, God knows I talk about that game too much. I see my chat sometimes, they're like, oh, okay. Like the chat is like, please, God, no, please don't. And it's like, yeah, that's just like, I put a cork in it, bro. It's come on. It's fine. Like, there are times where it's fine to talk about when it makes sense, but it's like, chill. And that's not because people love The Last of Us. They're like, how dare you? It's just because it's like, it's too much. It's too much. It's overwhelming. And that's all. I think that, people have been conditioned to milk things dry. And it's the algorithms. It's the algorithms, and not just the algorithms, but the way the algorithms condition the viewer as well. You know how algorithms work these days is, hey, man, that thing that you just watched and enjoyed, that's all we're going to give you now. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to get nice and fat, metaphorically speaking, because this is all we're going to feed you now. You're going to want to you're going to want to throw up. That's how much we're going to feed you. And I don't know how you guys use places like Twitter or YouTube specifically, but like me, I always clear my watch history. I'm always clearing my search history because and I'm always deleting certain things I watch because it always does it. The algorithm's a nightmare where it's like I watch one thing that kind of catches my interest and it's like, so that's all you want to watch now, right? And we're just going to bombard you with it. It's like, no, I don't. And I feel like so many like people have kind of become drones, dude. People have become drones where it's like they're mimicking the behavior of the actual algorithm. They're becoming the algorithm. This is why the dead internet theory is becoming so prevalent now. Because it's like, well, are these real people or not? It's like, no, a lot of these people are real. They're just so conditioned by algorithms they don't even realize it, where they're just a reflection of the own hamster wheel-esque algorithms that they've been fed into, that they refuse to get off of. They'll never get off of. You watched one video of Hogwarts Legacy and my recommended got overloaded with Harry Potter slop. Yeah, and that's the worst part. Half of it becomes AI generated. So I do apologize for how long-winded that was. Very cathartic, though. I appreciate you guys listening. I'll give Wes a second chance, and I don't mind giving people a second chance, especially people who ask for a second chance. Like, I have no problem doing that. I just, and I want it to be clear, like, it's nothing, it's never personal. To be clear, it's never personal. It's just I have to do what I feel like I have to do to keep things as running as smoothly here as I can. And, would it be easier if I just said, fuck it, I'm not even going to care what happens in the chat. You guys can run it yourself. Yeah, it would be. It would be a lot. Sometimes I think about doing that. I'm not going to lie. But I think it would ruin it for a lot of people, where it's like, again, I just try to view what I'm doing on YouTube as the equivalent, because what I'm trying to do is be as authentic as I possibly can. And I know, God, sometimes it's cringe to use that word and it's overly used these days, but I am. I'm trying to make sure there's as little of a barrier as possible between me, and this is the important part, the people who are going out of their way to watch me and my content. I know you're doing it at this point, especially at this point, for the right reasons. And to me, it's not my place to tell you what the right reason is, but for me, my interpretation of what I believe is right is the people who are coming here, you're not coming here for anything other than me. And I don't mean that in some kind of egotistical way. I mean, like, it's like, I'm only going to you, MBG, because you're going to say this thing. Say the thing. Do the thing. That's not why. I could do a stream tomorrow titled random stream title. I don't know what to title this. And my stream could be, I don't have any topics. I don't even know if I'm talking about anything gaming related today. And the people who would choose to not show up to that would be doing so for the right reason. Because like, wait, I thought you were a PlayStation/gaming channel and you're not talking about that. So I'm not going to tune in. Makes perfect sense. But the people who do choose to tune into that, why do you think they're choosing to tune into it? You know what I'm saying? It's because they're like, yeah, there's no expectation here because you guys allow me to just be who I am and who I want to be, and you allow me to try to run this thing as I see fit, because that's what I'm passionate about doing. Or yeah, other community members. I I don't think it's a super complicated thing. I just think that these days, when you observe, I mean, just how unhinged, frankly, and I know that's an overused term, but it's an appropriate one, how unhinged so much of the internet has become, where it's like you kind of, at least what I've learned is you have to protect your own space. You do, because again, if you treat it, if I treated this like, if this was a show for me, I keep saying it. I'm not going to say it's the last thing I'm going to say because I don't know when I'm going to stop. But I'm just going to say that if I approach YouTube like I'm separating YouTube and what I do on this channel from my real life. I mean, completely. Like, I'm going to have a persona. I'm going to have a kind of act that I put on, like a very specific, like I'm going to become a caricature. If not a caricature, I'm going to become a much more cynical, over-exaggerated version of who I really am in the name of entertainment or in the name of spice or in the name of viewership or whatever it might be. Money. If that's what I chose to do, well, first off, I'd probably never tell you. I wouldn't have to. Like the people who watch me would see that happen in real time. But I would no longer enjoy this. And to me, I would be like, well, maybe I need to think about doing something else because that's not why I wanted to do. That's not why I made this channel. It's just not. And it unless I suddenly became passionate about something like that. But yeah, it's just worth putting that out here because don't let them jump on your head. You wake up and catch the end of these sometimes. It's been light on news recently, but get ready to ramp out. Ramp out. Xbox has their Direct coming out soon, and Sony is bound to start a new state of play around January, early February. Yeah, that's usually the cadence. Matt Booty, by the way, he straight up confirmed that they're doing a Direct in January. So whether that's coming like next week or the end of the month or whatever, that's a lie. I saw you in a snake outfit. That's true. Well, I mean, like I'm not trying to say that. See, that's the thing though, man. Like I do some of that stuff because it's like I actually think it's like wow, like this is something I actually want to do. I'm not just doing it for the sake of like that's why I don't have a new goal every week of here's the new cosplay goal because it's not. I'm not trying to turn it into that. You know what I mean? I would end up hating it where it's like, oh fuck, okay, I gotta cosplay as Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII because that's that I'm on cosplay number 58 now and I know that it's like it depends on the view that everybody treats it differently. Some people feel like that's stupid of me not to do that because it's bad for business and it's like I'm not trying to run my channel like a business, because if I purely did what was good for business, things would be very, very different. And in my opinion, in a not so great way. And some things would probably be some people would definitely like the alternative. But I don't know, man. I'm just looking. I'm not trying to underdeliver on anything and I'm not trying to overpromise on anything. I'm just trying to be honest and telling people like this is what I want to do. I want to have a PlayStation centric channel where we talk about PlayStation news and games we're playing and announcements and reveals and speculation and the occasional drama when it pops up and that's all I ever wanted it to be. Even when I was covering Xbox, it wasn't much different. That's what I wanted it to be on the Xbox side of things. It just started to really suck, I mean, to a degree where I couldn't really take it anymore. But who's that? Titus, I don't know who that is. It's spontaneous. Exactly. And sometimes that's the best part. Once it becomes routine, I think it kind of loses something too, It kind of loses something. Like the reason why, for example, like the reason why I make doing reps for certain member goals a thing is because like I want to do that. And that's why I appreciate you guys so much though. Like those of you, like I said, when I say you guys are here for the right reasons, that's kind of what I mean is like there isn't some kind of like, well, dude, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, then we're leaving and we're not going to support you anymore. We're out. You guys haven't done that. Are there people who have left? Yeah. Are they wrong for doing so? No. But it's just, that's kind of, that's the level, that's the two-way street there where it's like, listen, this is what I'm doing and this is how I'm doing it. And I hope you like it and I hope you'll stick around and I hope you'll be a part of it. And if not, that's okay. I'm not trying to be part of the rat race. I'm really not. I've seen where that goes. I know where that road ends. And it's always the same. And I'm not trying to disrespect anybody who is going in that direction. To each their own. It's not my place to judge. I'm just simply saying for me, that's not the way. I'm not interested in that. Google Finster. He used to stream Minecraft, did the cosplay. His chat said it would be funny, changing into girls' clothes, and it snowballed. What? I mean, I could see the allure for the chat. Like, listen, man. I feel like there are like 3 ways. Here's my philosophy. There are 3 ways you can go about specifically streaming content. I'm not talking, I mean, I guess this applies to video content, but streaming is a different beast because you're in front of a live audience. Here are the 3 ways you could go about it. The first way is you don't give your audience an inch. You come in and you say, this is my show, this is my channel, I'm doing it my way, period, end of discussion. I'm not even listening. I'm not even going to entertain a single thing any of you say. That's option number 1. Probably not the most conducive to a lie. Like at that point, I don't think I'm that hardline. I'm close to that, but I'm not that extreme because it's like, well, at that point, I may as well just do pre-recorded content. You know what I mean? Because it removes any dialogue between the viewer and the content creator. The second way is you could go in the opposite direction where it's like everything I do, it's just for like the audience is in control. Give the people what they want. Doesn't matter what it is. It's all for the entertainment. It's all for the thrill. It's all for the, in the heat of the moment. Occasionally we do stuff like that and it is spontaneous, but it's not a staple of the channel where like, I need to do that in order for this to work, which thank God. Because if it's like, you got to dress up like in girls' clothes every week to make your donos, it's like, I'm good. I'll go do something. Whatever I need to do, I'll do. I'm not doing that. And then there's the third way, which I think is the balance. And I know it seems like, the one in the middle, that's the most obvious one. But it's like the balance is, and I lean more towards trying to have control, and trying to do things my way. But I try to find that middle balance, which I think this is the ideal way where you are willing to give your audience a voice, but and even in some cases let them kind of steer the ship a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's like you got to be the captain of the ship. You got to steer it in the direction you want to go in. Because if you give that entirely away to your audience, they're going to steer you in a direction where who knows where you're going to end up. You're like, wait, this isn't where I want it to be. Clark. Yeah, so Gaming Survivor, we got a like the Meatloaf song. Oh no, car cosplay, Nissan cosplay, bro. Oh, hey, Leia. Yeah, we got a new cat. His name is Clark. Leia, do you want some? Leia's up here. You want some treats? Come on. You want some? There's still some here. I don't think Leia likes these treats. Leia, why are you so mean to Clark? Go ahead. Get your butt. Okay. All right. Scott, I just lifted up her ass for the cat. See, I don't even have to. What were we talking about? Yo, you know what's crazy? I was thinking about, do you guys, so how many of you were here? I think it was 2021. No, it was 2020. I remember maybe around May, June, July, somewhere in that part of 2020, you guys were telling me, a lot of my audience, they were asking if I was going to ever do like a podcast or do like a live stream. And I was telling you guys, I responded by being like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. But eventually I was like, all right, yeah, I'll try it. And that's where I came up with Press X podcast. And in the earliest days of doing Press X podcast, okay, Leia, that's fine. In the earliest days of doing Press X podcast, I wasn't on camera, and they were pretty short. They were like an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes. And what I remember is for like the first, and I'm just curious if anybody here was there during those streams, because you'll be able to tell me if I'm remembering correctly. But if I recall, I basically ignored the chat almost completely. Like I just didn't. The only time I ever acknowledged anything is if I got a super chat. Well, because somebody's paying me to read what they're saying. But I think that's so fascinating, because it's like if I were to go back and listen to some of my earliest Press X podcast episodes, it's kind of funny to think that like, yeah, I didn't even, the chat like wasn't even a thing for me. And I think I don't know if that really changed the result too much. I mean, I think it made it somewhat easier for people to, because I kept them, like I said, I kept them shorter. It makes me wonder if there's like another form of content I could maybe try to at some point produce. I don't know how I would do it, or like where it would fit in or whatever, but like I think there's like basically right now there's like two forms of content. There's the news videos, which I've always tried to like never truly abandon doing those news videos, because that's so many of my subscribers, like that's what they subscribe for. And I still don't mind doing them. Like and a lot of times I enjoy doing them if it's news I'm interested in. But that's always been a staple for me. And I've always started the channel kind of covering the latest news in PlayStation and Xbox and stuff like that. But the second form of content is this right here, where we're going on over nearly 3.5 hours. And this is like super long form content where, Devil Shooter does the timestamps, but I still think that for the majority of people, like, it's like, bro, like 4 hours, like timestamps or not, it's just too much. It makes me wonder if there's a place for like, I don't know, like basically a super condensed 45-minute, hour-long, extremely focused discussion. I don't know. I'm just thinking of different ideas in my head. I don't know. Saying I can't remember, it was definitely pandemic time or just after. If that's the case, Titus, you were probably here for the earlier Press X podcast days then. MBG, I might be around less this year since the console war is over. They retired veterans like me. Nah, but for real, just age and life catching up to me. No, I hear you, man. I hear you. We'll see, though. Something tells me, Gaming Survivor, if there's some kind of crazy nuclear-esque type drama, some crazy stuff going on, you'll be here. Yo, something tells me, Gaming Survivor, that tomorrow, if Xbox announced that they're canceling all further Series X consoles and they're not making an Xbox Magnus, you'll be here. No, I'm just kidding. But I hear you, man. It's life. And for a lot of people, 2026 is going to be a tough year just because they got a lot of work to be done, you know? Same for me, man. I got a lot of stuff that I'm trying to improve outside of what I do in gaming or on YouTube. So I totally hear you, man. War never changes. Zenarcan says he first came here around 2021. The MBG face cam podcast, once a week era with the wacky blue box emergency streams. See, that's what's so funny. Like, dude, the blue box era, there were people who thought I was doing that. Like that was authentic. Like, were there a couple of streams that I probably forced it a little bit where it's like, is this really a blue box stream, like emergency stream? And I'm like, hell yeah, it is. And it's like, okay, maybe you're going off the deep end. But it's funny because I do remember during that time, like some people, they really thought like that was like, they thought it was an act, is what I'm trying to say. They thought it was like I'm like playing this caricature to capture the hype. It's like, no, that was real. Sadly. Sadly, that was real. I was that entrenched in my mind, but they were fun. They were pretty fun. Let's see. Yeah, it's crazy how long we've been doing this. Okay. Let me go check something real quick. Why is my mouse acting so weird, man? Bro. I'm looking over I'm like in the section of my channel with banned users, and there's somebody in here named MBG is trash. I'll give that guy a second chance. Bro, what? That's a crazy name, dude. MBG is trash. Where is he though? Trying to find him. It's not showing up. There's another name here. MBG is doo-doo. Okay. All right. I can't find Wes for some reason. I've looked this over like 7 times, and he's just like not here. Yo, if Wes stays banned, it ain't even at this point, it ain't even my fault. Like, I have to be skipping over it. All right, well, I'll go back again and I'll look at it. I don't know why he's not showing up. Did he change his name or something? Oh, here's one. Here's one. Hold on. I skipped over this one. Sony soy boys are made of tears. That's a person that's banned on the channel. Maybe he blocked me. No. Bro, I wanna hold on. I wanna unban this guy. Sony soy boys are made of tears. Welcome back. It's been too long. Yeah, I'm not seeing him. This is weird. I've scrolled over this thing like 4 times. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to, I guess, search his channel at some point. I don't know why he's not showing up. This is strange. Channel name maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's bugged. I'll like refresh it and come back later and check. Because there's not like an overwhelming amount of usernames here. Unless I'm just missing. I don't think I would miss it. I scrolled over it numerous times. So I'll see. I'll do what I can. Let me see. Hold on. See if this works. Damn, Zanarkhan, you really came out for a community member here. He's gonna have to thank you, bro. If I'm able to correct this. Oh geez. Does he have an what's his at sign? What's his tag? I think that might be why YouTube's all fucked up. That's what YouTube uses now. Is that what it is? Is it the same thing? It just totally disappeared. Really? He's not, dude, nothing's coming up. I'm serious. Uh-oh. Dude, so much. All right. I got one more thing I'll try for now, and I'll see if this works or not. Yeah. All right. Well, fuck. I can't find him. I'm looking, dude. Wes just might be screwed. He might be screwed, bro. All right, I'll have to look into it later. I'm sorry. I probably shouldn't be doing this live. A YouTube troll hacker. It's weird. I don't know. I don't think I've ever encountered this problem before. This is very strange. Ready to sign Mr. Wesley's pardon papers. He's disappeared, bro. He doesn't exist anymore. He's not even locked up. Irvin, what's going on, man? Hey, you still made it in time for this, probably the end of the stream. Oh yeah, guys. So we're gonna wrap this up in like 7 minutes. We'll go to the 3.5 hour mark. I obviously expended all the topics. I don't want to just keep going and going and going. I don't know if his account's gone or not. I can't find it anywhere. Irfan, you been busy lately? Yeah, I hear you, man. It's that time of the year. Hmm. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, Zanarkand, and that was very nice of you. It was very nice of you. And Zanarkand, bro, I also really appreciate the support you've been showing recently. Between the super chats, the story time, and a couple memberships. I appreciate it. So yeah, we'll do like a last call. Speaking of support, if you guys want to drop any more support before we wrap this up, I won't be streaming tomorrow. So this will be the last stream until Sunday. We'll come back Sunday with another stream. So if you want to drop any more, now is the time. We have about 5 minutes. Last call. You're going to watch the entire stream afterwards. Thank you, Irfan. MBG, I started watching you in Press X podcast and short form videos in 2019. I did start. Did I? I don't think I started Press X podcast in 2019. Did I? Can I ask questions regarding cats? No, I'm just kidding. Of course, cat questions are absolutely welcome. Yes to cat questions. Can't promise I'll have the answers to them though. Let me see. Where's my oldest stream, bro? What's the oldest stream of mine on the channel? Hold on, I'm gonna go try to find this. I'm gonna go all the way back. I don't think my first ever stream was a Press X podcast episode. I could be wrong about that. Pretty sure it was. I know it definitely wasn't because I have gameplay streams. I remember like in 2019, that was the only time I really streamed. I remember I streamed like the Order 1886. I think I streamed God, what was it? Shadow of the Colossus, which is crazy to think about. I cracked under pressure with that one. Nobody told me it was like a puzzle game too. Like you have to figure out how to defeat the bosses. Oh my god, I'm looking over the blue box streams. Bro, something strange is going on with Blue Box Game Studios. Silent Hill, Hideo Kojima, PlayStation, not official yet. Oh man. We're really going back. Oh, dude, Demon's Souls PS5 playthrough part 1, 92,000 views, bro. Streamed November 13th, 2020, the launch of the PS5. That's crazy. MBG, the myth regarding cats hating water, is it true? Do you wash your cats? Do cats like to swim like dogs? I'm a dog person, so I wonder, man. No, the myth is definitely true. Cats, they despise water. Yeah, my cats hate water. Like, they even get annoyed. Boss hates water so much that multiple times I bought a cat fountain, or a drinking fountain for the cats, where it would just be a fountain, and he'll knock it over and just constantly destroy it. And I'm like, the other cats like it, boss. Why are you doing that? Like, you need that to live. He's like, I don't care. I hate water. So it's true. Cats hate water, dude. Dude, you're telling me the first stream on my channel. I find this hard to believe. I went as far back as I could. I'm looking at it now. The very first stream I've ever done on the channel. Let's Play the Order 1886 Part 1. Streamed July 14th, 2019. 2 hours long. Oh, I gotta check it.
Quality is good. Watching from Pakistan. Cool, man. Sweet.
Cool, man. Dude, that's crazy.
Let's do this.
That was my first stream.
1 sec.
How is that my first stream?
Have you gotten to play Infamous Second Son? No. I actually do have the game though, and I do plan on playing it at some point.
I did get the platinum for it. Man, that okay. Well, there you go. That's a little bit of audio for my first ever stream. This is interesting. Oh, you know what? Hold on though. Check this out. My first ever stream where I basically talked to an audience, Sunday live chat, September 22nd, 2019. I don't remember ever doing this. Sunday live stream where I took some questions from viewers while playing the Modern Warfare beta? What? Oh my God. That's so weird. Dude, there's just shit on my channel that I don't even remember doing. Very somber and shy. The myth regarding the water myth regarding cats is true. Do your cats like to drink milk? Yeah. I was eating a little bit of vanilla ice cream last night, and I dropped a little bit on the floor, and I don't know which one, but one of them licked it up, and yeah, they like milk. We hit 100 likes, by the way. Thank you for that, guys. You're about to buy Arc Raiders. You hope it's good for a solo player? I knew the type of content I wouldn't mind is either gaming live streams or playthrough vids. Yeah, I'm undecided on what I want to do with that going into 2026 or later this year. So, The Last of Us Remastered. First time playing Death Stranding. Oh, geez. State of Play live reaction. Ghost of Tsushima Resident Evil 3 remake. Bro, wait, this is my first State of Play live reaction. This is funny. I know I should have it up on screen, but I don't know. At no point am I on camera. Huh. It's just so weird looking back. Like I forgot about this stuff, dude. The first moments. How do I think Kojima feels about Metal Gear Delta? I don't think he really cares that much. He's probably just happy people are playing it, experiencing one of his masterpieces. Maybe I'm wrong. Here's a 2-hour stream I did. Oh, wow. PS5 versus... Bro, what? December 15th, PS5 versus Xbox Series X. What is this? I don't think I was on camera here either. But I don't see any of these things being a problem. I think both of these consoles are going to output native 4K most of the time, right? I mean... Jesus. It's hard to listen to myself. God, dude, I don't know why I'm like cringing at the way I sound. Why do I sound like that? Is that coming through for you? By the way, I don't know if that's coming through for you guys. Hold on. The big difference you're going to see is maybe some games will be checkerboard versus others won't. Maybe some games will run a solid, smooth, locked 60 FPS to where some games maybe fluctuate between 57, 58, stuff like that. That's what I see. I don't see anybody
You know, I don't see Microsoft or Sony basically being like, yeah, we got like 4 more teraflops of power and we're going to dominate, because I don't think that's going to happen.
I was totally wrong. Again, wrong. Bro, that's exactly... You can feel the console warring energy. I had the zest. I had the spice. You could feel it. It was emanating through the screen, bro. So how do you keep your cats clean? Brushing your cats with a brush? No, they bathe themselves. Cats lick their bodies, bro. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's what they do. They bathe themselves that way, and it works. It's something with their tongues. But that's why you see cats licking themselves constantly, because they're actually cleaning themselves. Might have been your long form pre-recorded stuff. No, this was live, dude. I apparently was streaming. Whatever I just played to you, it was PS5 versus Xbox Series X. Games, power, and price, and specs. Who will win the next-gen battle?
It's going to be interesting to see what the game ends up playing like. GTA 6, you know, some people trying to be ridiculous saying that we were going to get a GTA 6 announcement during the Game Awards, which I don't know why anybody would expect that, but yeah, it's going to be insane. Like, if GTA 6, I'll tell you this, if GTA 6 ends up being a next-gen only title, like it's just for the next Xbox, the Xbox Series X, and the PS5, it's going to be insane. It'll still be insane if it launches on the old consoles, but yeah. So, let's see. Mr. Hamster here. I'm just going to call you that. I can't read your name. I don't know what your name is. I'm sorry. But they say, I feel like Xbox focus on the wrong things a lot of times. Connect, Game Pass, backwards compatibility. I mean, it's good to have those, but exclusive should be the first priority. I agree with that. I do agree with that, because the thing is, they have just been so reliant on these other aspects of their business, right? Of their business model, such as subscriptions, and, you know, Game Pass is nice and all, but if I had to guess why they're doing this, it's because they don't have games ready to go. And they know that the games that they do have are just not big enough or good enough right now. So they have to kind of lean in on these other things. But that's the thing I'm going to be looking for most when it comes to next generation and Microsoft and what they're doing. I firmly believe that they're going to have to put a lot more of that focus on those big games, or just the high-quality games, right? Like, no more Crackdown 3s. We don't need to constantly see xCloud and Game Pass. I mean, Game Pass we're going to see no matter what, but yeah, they need to shift their focus.
The reason why I'm not showing you the video is because I have, like, B-roll footage of, like, Horizon trailers in the background. I'm not even on screen, dude. It's funny when listening to this, though, because you could tell. Like, I don't know. You could tell something.
It's big time. I don't understand. I mean, backwards compatibility, I think that for them, that was like their big ace factor, I guess, when they needed it in 2015. But at this point, it's like, okay, we know to expect backwards compatibility. What do we expect next, right? It's going to be really interesting to see if Microsoft can, or Sony, I should say, if they can kind of counter that with their own backwards compatibility. Timed exclusivity deal. Then you also have to understand, we did hear that Sony is going to be leaning in even more heavily on second and third party deals on
back when I had hope. Bro, you could tell I do sound different now, don't I? I distinctly remember going through... Dude, it's so funny that I was reading a super chat from Mr. Hamster, bro. Mr. Hamster's the OG. He still comes around occasionally. I distinctly remember going through treatment, listening to you go on for 2 hours. Wow, that's awesome. It's funny looking back, man. MBG, your greatest stream of all time was the episode where Phil Spencer went on Kind of Funny and talked about how good games don't matter. It doesn't matter how good our games are, bro. It's crazy he ever said that, but I don't know, man. Like, I think he was kind of right. And not that he said that, like, good games don't matter, but he was like, doesn't matter how good we make our games, we lost, bro. And I'm like, fuck, man, this is shit. Like, come on, man. What do you mean? What do you mean you lost? What do you mean? I did, dude. I melted down, dude. Yeah, that, you know what streamed to me, what I think was like my craziest meltdown moment? I think it was the Xbox podcast from 2024. Because I went back and I was listening to that on stream last year with you guys, and I couldn't believe what I'm like, I was like a wake-up call. I'm like, fuck you and fuck that. And like I was like a WWE promo, but where they're allowed to swear. It was like crazy. And I'm like, why was I that upset? Even I don't know why I was that upset, man. The only thing I can remember is I had a really bad tooth infection that I had to get taken care of. And I think I was in an immense amount of pain. I was taking it out, bro. I was literally losing it. That's crazy. It's funny looking back at this, though. Let me see what else I can find here before we wrap this up. Where's my first podcast? Here we go. First ever Press X podcast. January. Oh, it was much sooner than I thought. January 26th, 2020. An hour and a half. PS5 event hype. Cyberpunk 2077 delay. New horror IP and more. Press X podcast episode 1. Press X to Lift podcast. Wow. Okay. That's so Press X to Lift podcast is a PlayStation podcast hosted by MBG done live. Did I like not have audio or something?
All right. Something I've been thinking about doing for a while now. A lot of people have also been asking me for quite some time to do something like this. So here we go. The format is going to be pretty simple, honestly. It's going to be me going over some of the big PlayStation topics that have happened throughout the week. It doesn't always have to be just PlayStation. It can be, obviously, other things that are going on within the industry. But there are a few things I want to discuss here. I'm sure some questions that you guys have. The first is the name of the podcast, Press X to Lift. A lot of people now. We are going to go over, I think, some of the biggest topics.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not on camera still. But, yeah, I don't know. Doesn't sound that different, I guess. That's funny. That's funny, man. I just can't believe how long it's been. MBG, your greatest crash out of all time was when you screamed, "It's one big circle jerk" over at Microsoft. Oh, my God. Fuck. No, you know what? Let me see if I can find that real quick. That'll be the last one. I want to see if I can find the first podcast where I was on camera. Or the first stream. Because I know I made a video. I made a video doing the PS5 unboxing. But where's the stream that I did? So the PS5 came out in November. Wow, I didn't realize I did Press X podcast for like basically a year. Not on camera. Maybe it was bad to go on camera. My views are pretty good. No, I mean, it was 2020 as well. Everything was massively inflated. So here you go. I think it's Press X Podcast episode 41. I don't know. Let's see. Was I on camera? anything they can. Nope. So wait, when did I go on camera? It wasn't after my face reveal? Was it episode 45? Can't match that. Dude, I have hair with a hat on, but okay, so wait, was this the first one? Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy looking. What the fuck? I'll show it to you guys. I gotta bring this up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I can't believe how crazy bad my webcam was, dude. It's so bad. All right, let me bring this up. Is this the right one? I think this is it. Why does that look like that? Hold on. Hold on, guys. Now it's giving me a bunch of issues. What the fuck is wrong with this? Why did it do that? I'm sorry, guys. My whole streaming software just crapped out. Like, all right, there we go. I fixed it. All right, you guys got to check this out. You know, I actually don't look that different. I got it, dude. I totally forgot I ever had a setup like this, man. Like, I still have that hoodie though. What is that? Is that tapestry or a blanket or something? MBG? Shit looked better. And yes, I was buying into all of this. Not specifically from this individual, but this general idea that we were going to see this in 2020. And, you know, it just goes on here basically saying that, you know, we don't really know what to make of this, honestly. Well, there we go. There it is. What are the... Devil Shooter was there. Devil Shooter was there. I know you can't see it. It's a little cut off, but Devil Shooter's comment was there, or his timestamps. Wow, Devil Shooter, I forgot how long you've been doing this for, man. That's funny. Yo, Michael, there's a comment here from Michael Lynch. Michael Lynch still shows up. Sorry, now I'm just totally fascinated in looking back at some of this shit. That's awesome. Yeah, I just had to show you guys that. But I went way over the 3.5 hour mark though. Oh God, is Rich Rod's here? Bro, you're not ghost banned. Like, dude, I see you in the chat. You're not. Dude, Rich is like, he's like, ever since I got ghost banned, man, things ain't been the same. It's like, I'm sitting here reading all his chats. Rich, he just wants to go to war, man. I've been ghost banned. Pardon papers. All right. Rich says, I only came to say Happy New Year's, even though I'm unwanted here. Rich, you're not unwanted here, man. You're not unwanted, bro. Come on. We like Rich Rod. We just want chill Rich Rod. Calm Rich Rod. The moment calls for calm. Rich Rod's one of those dudes. He just can't live a normal life outside of war, you know? I mean, I get it. I get it. We're trying to make it work. He's not adjusting well to civilian life. It's hard. I know. We're trying. We're working with him. A stream from 6 years ago, yet you can find me in the chat spamming just to let you know an MGS rumor is on Reddit. Damn, Irfan. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys sticking around for so long. But it's a little trip down memory lane. Damn, Rich Rod and Wes banned around the same time. Wes, I mean, what? I can't find what. I don't know what the hell happened to him, bro. I was looking, and Rich Rod was never banned. Dude, that's the craziest shit. Imagine like, yo, Rich Rod's like, he comes in the chat. He's like, yeah, guys, I got banned. I'm banned. And he's just here. He's just here saying he got banned. Yeah, Wes's account is MIA, dude. I think when I banned him, I accidentally like deleted his account. Where's Exley or Laurent? Oh wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I think Exley, I think Exley's still a member of the channel. He may still listen. I'm not sure. Laurent though, bro. I didn't think about him in a long time. Yeah, he was. Oh, that's really sad. I didn't think about that. Shit. Yeah, he had really bad health issues. Damn, I don't know. I don't know, man. Shit. Like in this case, my hope is that he just got sick and tired of me and left. That's my hope. Because the alternative is not good. That's sad. Wow. And it's yeah, I guess that's the weird thing, man, is there's like a lot of people that have kind of come through that I guess, you know, like enough time goes by and I'm like, "Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, Laurent, he was a good guy." I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. You can only hope that he's okay. Yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, he would tell us like he would listen to the streams and hang out the streams while he's in the hospital, man. Or if you're gonna watch me even when you're in the grave. Just won't be able to chat anymore, you know. Rich Rod says I talk to Sir Speaks a lot. When you get permaban, they put you in a ban chat. He's going crazy not being here. You know, Rich Rod, I almost wonder if you were Sir Speaks a lot. I had to, dude, that guy, that's the problem, man. That's the problem. You know, I gave him just a little bit of power and he went crazy. He went to his head. It's the problem with it, man. You know, like, you know, that's all fine to have a little bit of fun, but tell somebody, yo, stand down, bro. Cease. And they keep going. And it turns into a Rick and Shane moment, you know? A lot of dudes out here turning into Shane from The Walking Dead Season 2. They just don't listen to reason. Coral. Rick Grimes, Shane. The amount of my viewers that have slowly turned into Shane running to the barn. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Let me tell you something. Yo, Andrew Lincoln as Rick Grimes is really good, though. I know there's like that new Walking Dead show where it's Rick and Michonne or whatever. I don't know how that is. All right, guys. That's going to do it, though. I think that's going to wrap up the stream. I feel bad because, like, so much... Dude, this is like the third or fourth stream in a row that's like 4 hours long. I miss being a non-banned member of the channel, bro. Now you're just trolling, Rich. Yo, Rich, you drop 350 bombs a month. I'll let you say whatever you want in the direct donos. All right. I'm just kidding. Don't. Don't. I'm still not gonna let it. I can't be bought. Well, maybe I could. If the price is right. You know, Rich, if you want to buy the channel for an exorbitant amount of money, maybe. Then it's yours. The MBG name can be yours. Rich Rod for Rich Mod. Give that man a wrench. No, truthfully, I have too many mods at the moment. I'm not going to unmod anybody, but I won't need probably new mods for a long time. Not for a long time. This isn't a democracy anymore. I guarantee Spartan can say whatever the F he wants. Well, you know, that's always the hope, right? Is that the people who are donating a lot to the channel, like, I don't, you know, the hope is like, hey, I hope you guys are not going to be the ones to cross the line because that's going to be awkward, you know? But it's, you know, listen, it's happened, man. Where like, there definitely have been people on the channel in the past where they've donated a lot of money. And it's like, look, I always try to make it, I've always tried to make it clear to people that like, I will always appreciate donations, but I don't want people to think that that means like, I'm, you know, now I get to do what I want or say what I want. And now I'm in control of the channel. It's like, listen, if I wanted to do something like that, I would, you know what I would do if I really wanted to exploit that? I would make it so if you pay me X amount of money, I will let you be a co-host of the stream. You pay me this amount, it'll be for a day. You pay me this amount, it'll be for a week's worth of streams. And I could do that. And I'm sure there are people who would pay for that. But it's like, again, that's, I don't. What is it turning into at that point? You know, what's it turning into? You know, it's a fucking great idea, though. It's a great idea. Oh my god, do you know how difficult that would be? I will be rebanned in 43 minutes, dude. Hope whatever amount they paid was worth it because this stream's terminating your channel. Yeah, whatever happened to him. My politics faceless stream is actually bigger than MBG's channel. Damn. Do you think you are in charge? Do you feel as though you are in charge? I don't know which mod unbanned me for the 2 hours, but thank you. Man, he's really going with this. All right. Just give me one sec, guys. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping this up in a minute. So, last call for any donos. Welcome back. Oh shit. It's not showing up. I'm not even kidding right now. What the hell is happening? What is happening? Yeah, it's not working. I'm sorry, man. I've been checking. You'll research for, or you'll search for Mr. West later on to pardon him. I'm gonna try, dude. Yeah, I'm actually a little concerned. I don't know why it's not showing me. Like, I'll mess around with it on my phone There's like different settings in the YouTube Studio on the phone, or they let you view it differently. So maybe I'll figure it out there, but I'll try. That's all I can do. I appreciate that, Ray. No, it's all good, Ray. Anything you guys do to support, I appreciate it. I don't want anybody to ever feel pressured. You know, I do just try to let everybody know who is partaking in any type of viewership, even if you're not watching live, but you watch it later, that, you know, if you're able to become a member, donate in any way, it all goes towards running the channel. You know, I also want to say that, like, it's not something I really talk about much, but my ability to buy and play games, that's because you guys support the channel. You know, my ability to, so like recently, as I'm redoing the basement and not making crazy purchases, but, you know, a couple things I'm buying to help make it nicer. That's why. So I really appreciate that. And obviously it goes towards the necessities first and foremost. So yeah, you know, you guys make it possible, and I appreciate it. You'll miss when the next gen comes and your general isn't here to defeat the Xbox fanboys. You know, how I'm gonna defeat the Xbox fanboys? By turning the other cheek, bro. We're taking up we're becoming holy and righteous. All right, not like the Crusades, not like that, Rich. Just to be clear. Peace. Power through peace. At least I'll try. All right. Guys, that's going to do it for today's stream. Thank you so much for That's funny, Ghetto God. Yeah, maybe I got to figure something else out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I apologize for the stream being ridiculously long, but I do appreciate all the viewership. I want to thank everybody who dropped any support for the channel. If you dropped any memberships, we hit our goal of 25. Corey dropped 20. I think Ray dropped 5 earlier, so thank you guys for that. Any super chats, Zanarcan, thank you for all the support you've been showing the past couple streams. And anybody who's been dropping direct donations, thank you. And if the only thing you could do is watch and hit the like button, appreciate that as well. Also want to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. I really appreciate what you do for the channel, Devil Shooter. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, make sure you show him some love, give him some thanks, and let him know he's appreciated. And yeah, guys, I think that's going to be it for the week. Well, the week. Sunday is the start of a new week for me anyway. There may or may not be a video out tomorrow. No promises. I'll have to see about that. But we will be back here Sunday. Okay. And I feel like starting next week is when we're actually going to kind of get potentially some actual news, because, you know, people are coming off of the holiday week and whatnot. So we'll see. We'll see what next week brings. But all right, guys, that's it. I'm going to go work out, get some dinner. I think I got a delivery for like some of my workout mats or something. Not mats. They're like, it's like flooring or something. Mess with that. But yeah, right, Rich. Yeah, you might have to fight the Nintendo fanboys in the future. We don't know. All right, guys, hit the like button on your way out. I'll catch you in the next one. Till then, take care, everyone.